sights to see, rolling hills or city streets, ocean to ocean and all in between. It's out there just waiting on you and me. Take it in, we got no plans. Good things come to those who can. Live moment to moment and all in between. It's out there just waiting on you and me. So look alive, 'cause while I was waiting for you, paradise is on the other side of the road. We don't know, taking a long way. You and I were born to roll.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the Killer Karen Reed coverage today.
Brought to you by the Killer Bees.
That's right. Yeah, hit that like button. Good morning, Becca, Serial, Matt G, Griffey, and anybody else who might be listening out there. It's a new day.
Greg Jonick, who was first?
Yes, Greg Jonick, who was first, but doesn't stay because he was first at 6:47 a.m.
I know.
I don't know. I hope he didn't wait for us that long. I wasn't even awake. Get your sidebar.
Are you awake now?
No, I'm not. We were just talking about. I had to watch a Chili DeCastro live stream at 2 a.m. I did not watch the Regan Benson one. That's why you only have one story instead of two this morning. It was just like, pants, I can't do it. Good morning, person. I couldn't do it, so we'll have the Regan Benson story tomorrow. She was out on the street. She noticed anti-police protests, and she was yelling at people, not because she didn't support them yelling at the police, but because they didn't support yelling at the police 6 months ago when it was the Biden administration.
Right.
So, yeah. So she was very angry. Very angry about that. And even though she wasn't protesting, how dare they protest without me? God, blah, 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 blah.
So she could have joined in, but chose to stand by the sideline and bitch about.
Yes.
Huh.
Yes. She chose to bitch about it. It wasn't as bad as when the other month when Glenn Serio went to the anti-Trump rally and was surprised that the people were not paying him any attention. When he tried to engage, he couldn't turn them all into Trump voters. So,
wow, big strike.
I think the smell alone was keeping Glenn away from his target audience, which consisted of older women above 60 years old. Those are the only ones he'd approach. He didn't approach guys. Guys approached him. I don't know what for, but still. Glenn Serio we experience.
Maybe the guys that were approaching him lost bets.
Oh, Lord. We had Chili DeCastro last night do a live stream to say what, Pope?
He
Yes.
can't seem to fit the board game into the mailer.
That's right.
He apparently miscalculated.
Yes, the board itself is 11 by 17, and it won't fit in the mailer right now. So he says he's going to have to charge him more money.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to go up from $49 with $11 shipping to $59 or $69. He hasn't decided yet because he doesn't know if he could fit everything in his prepaid mailers. Now, this is the same board. This is actually the same man who had 2 cards to print out with his cop cards. Double-sided cards, of course, but had misprints on both versions of the cop cards he's printed out, let alone the problems with the single trifold. Now he's about to release a board game with approximately 1,000 cards in it.
Which have errors, but he'll just print new ones when he figures that all out.
Yes, he tried to actually proofread on the air the other week. Card number 1 had an error, and he gave up at card number 12. Ooh, this probably isn't the proper venue for me to sit here and you guys are getting bored. Let's watch some cop videos. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
Does it matter if there's errors on the card because his answers that he thinks are right or wrong anyway?
Well, the world's most legal scholar, the best minds in America have come up with this. You know why? Because
ChatGPT likes him.
Yes, ChatGPT. He even showed how he generated the cards with ChatGPT. Just like
Alrighty.
Yes. And then he sent all the art out to someone in Indonesia to make ChatGPT produce images to put on the cards. And this is the same guy who, remember it was 3ST for third. 1 RD for first.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's gotta be fun. One of a kind, probably. He says he's staking his reputation on the production of this board game.
He has no reputation, so okay. He's got a reputation for being an idiot, so this will fit.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're starting just in time. Let me make sure we have
117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Miss Gianetti?
Yes, please.
Okay, come on up.
Sidebar!
The judge seems to be having a bad hair day today.
Starting the day off with the sidebar. Yes. Sidebar.
Get your bet. How many sidebars do you think today, Hank?
I'm gonna go with 12.
How about you, Phil?
I'm gonna go with 10.
Now I saw Becca was going with. Let's see. Let's go back. Sirio said 9. Becca said 7. Get your sidebars in the side chat. What
Griffey
flavor?
Hold on. Griffey said 14.
14. Okay. Matt G says 10. Now, Phil, what flavor are these early morning sidebars today?
The early morning sidebars are lemon squeezy.
Lemon squeezy.
And they're made with extra fiber to help Karen poop.
Ooh. Yeah, to make those bathroom breaks go a little bit faster. Becca says she said 7.
Yeah,
Griffey,
I did say 7.
I am not buying the board game, but I think Parson is probably going to. Parson has my address, so he's probably going to send me his copy once he's done laughing at it.
Mr. Burns seems to be having a hard time staying awake already.
Well, he just smelled a fart or something because he had his hand cupped to his face all of a sudden, made a look, and put his hand down. So,
well, that fiber may be working already on Karen.
Yeah, because her parents are directly behind him.
And we all know she's full of shit.
Yep.
Oh, Parson says he's not going to buy the game for me because he doesn't know what the price is.
The smell of the fart got over to
Peggy O'Keefe.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at her face. Oh,
Yeah.
God. Oh, God.
Lieutenant Fan is doing his work, circulating that smell around.
That's right. Supposedly Turtle Boy missed out on the draw for the press seats for next week and the alternates as well. And no word yet on what the judge was going to rule in his case where he could go back to jail. The judge said he was on thin ice after we wrapped up on Wednesday.
Didn't the judge give a date of sometime next week when he was going to be given his decision?
I didn't hear. I know he gave it the next hearing date, but I didn't hear a date for his decision. But
I might have had that confused.
Yeah.
All the tally conversations had me fucking a little bit confused.
Well, all I know is if Mr. Turtle Boy goes back to jail, that would be hilarious at best.
The entirety of Boston will be celebrating except for the turtle fights.
Maybe they could ship him to Indiana because there's an inmate there who seems to be awfully lonely.
Oh, and I forgot. Chili last night in describing the numbers that he sold. Now, remember, he had previously claimed he had 1,000 pre-sales when he was boasting to one of his friends or enemies or whatever on Twitter.
Yep.
He said hundreds before.
Mm-hmm.
Last night he said dozens.
Dozens.
So the little counter on the website still says 5.
So we went from thousands to hundreds to dozens. Dozens.
Yep.
So, I don't know. Parson, you'll have to take the chance now that you're independently wealthy.
I don't know, but I've been told big leg women ain't got no soul.
That's right.
Yeah.
Chili also revealed that he has 1,000. He says he has 1,000 members on his YouTube channel. And they all are paying members, so that's at least $2,000 a month from YouTube.
So he has whatever 600, 700,000 subscribers, but 1,000 members.
Yeah, but let's see. Let me look at his actual numbers here.
Okay.
With 1,000 members at what's his pricing?
God awful expensive, probably because it's chili.
$2.99 a month. So that's $3. That's $3,000 from just that alone.
I'm kind of surprised.
Next level up is
All right, let's bring the
$9.99. Then
juries in.
level 3 is $99.99 a month.
And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Sidebar number 2.
Two. Oh, fiber's working. Karen's already at number 2.
Number 2. So yes, you can pay $99.99 to be Chili DeCastro, a fan of Chili DeCastro.
Does that still include the free phone call each month?
Let's see. It does not. It doesn't look like it. It just says. Yeah, they don't have membership levels about this. It just says you'll get whatever the previous level membership gives you. So
I do. Thank you, Chrissy.
$99.99 to be Chili DeCastro's
Britt,
friend.
did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever.
Yeah, you take it back.
Good
You
morning,
take it back,
Victoria.
Jim. You take back that good morning, Victoria.
You okay? I'll say good evening, Victoria. I'm not allowed to say good morning. Wait, I said it again.
You take that back, bastard.
I don't know anymore. In other news, Lane Myers has not filed anything. Remember in that hearing he was saying, I'm gonna file this, I'm gonna file this, I'm gonna have the judge removed immediately, yada yada yada. He hasn't filed the damn thing since Monday.
Is anybody surprised? Well, I'm surprised. I don't think he was filing anything that would make any sense, but I figured he'd have all sorts of bullshit filed already.
Well, we did see the handwritten filing he did previously in support of the motion to dismiss the case in its entirety. And he actually ignored the actual charges to list the 13 charges he thought he had when he actually has 20. Yeah. It was a thing. Good morning, Abby Paulin.
He's got the shirt.
Your bestie just got here. You didn't say anything.
That's because
Karen.
She is.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni.
Well,
Justice of the
wait a
Norfolk
minute.
Superior Court.
Sue Bear's here? I don't see Sue Bear.
No, Abby, your sock account.
My sock account. Yeah, it makes my nose stuffy.
For the record, before the
All that pollen.
versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right.
18 jars
Good morning again,
present?
counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
I was not. I was not.
Yes.
I have discussed.
Were you also able to follow the instructions and
But
refrain
were
from
you
doing any
disgusting?
independent research or investigation into this case?
I was disgusted.
Anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case? since we
Parson
left
is
our
in
votes?
crisis.
Yes. Yes, I
Everyone
did.
said no or shook their head. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
Yeah, Karen's whispering already.
Will they be able to finish up with McCabe by lunch?
I would hope so, but Jackson's getting started here.
Whatever you want.
Take a side bet. Take a side bet. Before lunch or after lunch?
I solemnly swear that the testimony.
Yeah.
Little prop bet. Little prop.
Can we remind the jury about how badly Alan Jackson was humiliated right before the end of the trial last time?
Well, even Turtle Boy was
All right, Mr.
commending
Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Jen
Thank you, Your
McCabe
Honor.
for how
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
good
I'd
she's
like to draw your
answering,
attention back
because
to
by the time she's done
time
answering,
that
the
you were
jury
watching the SUV
has forgotten the question.
out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you in fact did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so.
Parson in crisis.
Actually, 1 through 3.
Tonight at 9.
It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Morning, Gova.
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, where are you? And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello." Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think, in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript, register phone.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read, sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So, can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time?
ask the question again, Mr.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because
he's
they
missing
were
the
still
I don't
there.
know part that she's stressing.
Question, so the dark
Right.
SUV was still outside at 12, outside the house at 12:45.
They're going to fight over this for 5 more minutes.
That's what you actually testified to in June 2020.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with
Aaron
whom you
is getting
communicated
fussy over there. Look at that.
first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you. Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Okay. Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
Sidebar.
Third sidebar already.
Sidebar number 3, the lemon squeezy sidebars apparently are
The
doing their
fiber
job.
enriched lemon squeezy sidebars.
Oh, that's right. Made with love from Popeville's, crafted in Popeville's own hands. Crafted, I say, crafted.
Yeah, and instead of dusting them with powdered sugar, he's dusting them with Marilax.
Ooh. That's a tasty treat right there. Tasty treat. That's right. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz.
You know, we did have a parishioner who was a cocaine dealer, and he did tell us that they used to cut it with baby laxative, so that'll make a good sprinkle for lemon squeezy.
Well, there you go. He had some fun stuff at hand. Fun times for everybody.
Until the Monsignor took the T-Bird away.
Now, folks, remember we're back at you tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. where it counts, 6 p.m. in Mountain Time, and 5 p.m. on the West Coast, where we'll be talking about all the fun stuff here, as it's another Parson Friday, where Parson is going to get married at least once tonight on the air. Be there.
Does your wife approve of that?
I don't have a wife. Remember, all marriages end at midnight. So
no, they didn't.
Yes, they do. That is the rule. That's so we can.
That's just something you said. It's not a rule.
We can marry people off again. So
no, nobody agreed to that.
All marriages end at midnight, and that's just the policy of the show. So Mr. Parson is not a bigamist unless he chooses to be one. We also have...
So he can marry you off again tonight.
Except you can't, because I am out of the equation, as I am happily with Rose and not doing that again. Griffey, how far ahead are you? Because you're already in tomorrow, I believe. I think it's 11 o'clock his time. So that's what, 14 hours ahead? So that would be 10 p.m. his time, I think?
Yes, Parson, I washed my hands. I have a sanitary sink.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 453 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone, I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking about?
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them?
Yes, you are.
Here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you. I don't remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory.
Yes, you are, jackass.
Yeah, I
Are
know.
you not?
That's what I.
Exactly.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, first.
Yes.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Mr. McCabe. Would it refresh your, I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
Okay.
They're done by the lunch break. It'll be a miracle. She's not giving anything. Parson, remember, the only one allowed to plead
Okay.
the fifth is Turtle
Yeah,
Boy, apparently.
Thank you.
Well,
Did that refresh your
okay.
recollection
The
about
flaw always in
what you
pleading
told
the
the grand
fifth
jurors
is you're
in terms of
admitting that you did something that you
whom
could
you
get in
communicated
trouble.
with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, or who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. We've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done?
You done?
Finished? Is that answer?
You
Yes,
done,
ma'am.
Pope? You done?
No.
I'm trying, Your Honor. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning, at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said,
I don't like the way you're answering questions.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm Alan Jackson.
And that's
I'm
exactly
over
what you
5
said to
foot
the press
tall,
as well.
damn it.
Karen Reed, Julie Albert.
When he's
Tom
got
Beatty.
his platform
Is that
boots
right?
on.
Yes, correct.
But you did
I'm
make another
trying to
phone
prove
call
a
that morning
conspiracy, and
that
you need to
left out
answer
of
the
both of those
questions the way I want you
statements,
to.
Respect
not
my
sure.
authority.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
Jim, 3 years
your phone
ago,
records
you
that you're
answered
aware
this
of.
question
Well, let me
this
ask you
way.
this.
Why aren't you
You're aware
doing
of
it
your phone
now?
records
Because
actually
it
show that
wasn't me.
5:07
I'm a clone.
The 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, It's days after. It was a
It only
chaotic
took
morning. I
38
remembered
seconds
the
for you to
waterfall,
go,
Julie.
blame it
Then
on
Tom Beatty.
Karen.
Calling to my sister wasn't as
Blame Karen.
important in my ingrained
Blame
in my
her.
mind at that point.
Blame
You
her.
testified.
We're gonna frame her.
Hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because that's what
there's
you're
nothing
implying,
about me
Jickhead.
calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34th period.
No, not at all.
Do you want her to state again for the jury how she believes you're trying to make her sound nefarious?
Nefarious?
Later that
Right.
morning of January 29th. But by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that right?
No.
Nefarious.
Later that morning on January 29th.
But he's not being
after those
nefarious.
Initial phone
Yeah,
calls,
why would you
and after the
possibly
scene had
think
been
that?
cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts
Gee,
State
why
Trooper
wouldn't she try and
Michael
call
Proctor.
one of
Did
the
you know?
possible
I did,
locations
yes.
of John when they're searching for John? Huh?
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to my
Do you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained and going to strike that.
And you're testifying, Jackson.
Goofy, I don't think she's the C word. I think she's
You also
giving it
told-
back to him in exactly the same tone he's using with her.
Yes.
As we go to sidebar.
Sidebar.
This is
Doesn't-
probably the first
Badgering.
witness who is actually seeing that he's accusing her of being the real mastermind behind the killing.
Yep.
I think she's allowed to have a little leeway in what she's saying. That's just my opinion. Since he's painted, they've done nothing but try to
Hold
pin
on.
everything on this woman who, what is she guilty of? She's guilty of answering the phone when Karen Reed said, come on over. I need your help.
And he's not accepting her answer of, I don't remember what I told them at that time on that specific date, or
Right.
how exactly what I said.
I mean, it's part of a trial. They're little
May I?
shits to each other.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe,
Right.
during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up.
Did you update
by
the side
Karen at your
boss?
house, while driving back
Yeah, I
toward
did,
One
I
Meadows,
think.
That
that's
last one?
actually when Miss
Yeah,
Reed
that's the
told
last
you
one. 4.
she had may have
Okay,
broken her
I thought.
taillight.
Okay,
Correct?
I thought we were at 5, but never
Miss Reed
mind.
told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now. What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like? And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay, I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your
Do
recollection?
this all day. Hands up. Hands up.
No, it wouldn't.
Becca has updated
As
her
you sit here
sidebar
today,
guest
are
to
you
17.
telling this jury
Will the judge,
that you deny saying
will the
to Trooper
judge
Proctor,
give the witness permission
You
to
saw a
strike
crack
Alan
in it?
Jackson?
Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was one way. Mm-hmm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022,
Puffy.
were
I
you
want
and
to see
your
how
family
red his face is right
coordinating
now.
I know.
your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat, you and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked right now.
All right.
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Ms. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay. Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
A big case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date?
Happy
of these
Friday,
events?
Virgo.
I just
Welcome.
got away from it. I apologize.
It's okay, I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one of you?
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
I smell another sidebar on the way.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute about this?
Sidebar! Sidebar!
I knew I smelled the sidebar approaching.
Yep.
got sidebars for everybody today. Fresh, hot sidebars.
Fiber enriched.
Fiber enriched to keep Karen Reed pooping. Toot toot tootin'.
I toot toot tootin'.
We're having a fun time here today. They say they're going to wrap up about 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 2:45 where it counts. Mountain Time, 1:45, and 12 noon or noon 45 on the West Coast. We do not support outside of the United States territories, and Alaska and Hawaii can go dump themselves. That's right. That's our opinion. You can't
that's
make
your
us
opinion.
I saw a TikTok thing with a woman who was upset that someone suggested that Hawaii was a state. They have their own culture. It's an island.
You can't make me math, Griffey. You can't make me math.
Who else gives you a lay when you go to the airport? That's not a state.
Do they still do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think they've done that in a while, but
yeah. She was upset. She was upset that somebody suggested Hawaii was an actual state.
When I've gone to Hawaii, I didn't get lays at the airport, but got them at the hotels that I checked into.
Yep. At a reasonable price, too.
Speaking of getting laid outside of the country, still no word from Floyd Wallace. It's been 3.5 weeks and he's disappeared.
Running from those creditors again.
That's right. Creditors who are members of his own chat.
Right.
As he took out 5 or 6 double your money back loans from his own members of chat. So,
yes.
Yes. Still no sign of Floyd Wallace.
Yeah.
Remember, folks, sure things are not sure things when it comes to Floyd Wallace.
Sure thing.
Yes. We literally have no other news. I've gone through, well, maybe later today there'll be a document dump, but all of our sources for documents have nothing new as of yet.
Well, now you're passing up. There was a report on Craig Henry who did a video blog from his jail cell. And he thanked Delete Laws for the books.
Yes.
For the books that he's been receiving to keep his mind active, and he's learning all about freedom and tyranny.
Yes.
From Delete Laws.
Yes.
And he's also looking forward to, when he gets released, he's going to spend time with his family.
Yes.
And he really misses his son. And what a tragedy it is that he can't be there to be in his son's life. Of course, he won't stop committing crimes, but, there's that.
Well, they're not real crimes.
Yes. Yeah, they're not real crimes.
Yes, he's not the defendant. He's the victim.
Yeah.
Yes. He is the victim of everything. And no, he has not put out a second update, folks. This was from 5 days ago. So we did report on the update when it came out.
Oh, okay. He's 10 paces. He's trying to keep himself in shape, and it's really hard to do when you can only go 10 paces.
Well, pear is a shape.
Well, he did. I will say this. He is looking a little more clear-eyed. I think the drug withdrawal is actually helping him. So.
Well, remember, he was a marijuana distributor, just not a legal one.
Yeah.
So. Yes. We have a side bar, Parson. We're barring at the side now. We've barred you from the side. I guess I'm gonna have to start watching Johnny Somali to see what's going on, Virgo.
Oh, he's quadrupling down on his stupidity.
Well, yeah. As long as he can't leave that country, he's gonna be stupid. Good morning.
Oh,
Leah.
he's gonna end up in prison in that country. Yeah.
That's South Korea, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, he keeps. I think the last thing I saw was that he was saying if he ever got I can't say it on YouTube, the precursor to the A, the precursor to the disease that killed a bunch of people in the 80s and 90s.
Yep.
He would become a super spreader and spread it to as many South Korean women as possible.
Yes.
Through unprotected sex. So,
yes. Yeah. Because this was going to somehow help his case. That he's really sorry. He's learned his lesson.
Gio, we do not want to know about your sex life, so we cannot make that call. You are no Johnny Somali, though. We will say that. So really, if you look at Johnny Somali, never mind. Never mind. I was going to say something awful about Johnny Somali.
He's a fine human being. Fine human being.
Well, I've never heard Johnny Somali talk about doing it while traveling 80 plus miles an hour down the freeway.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a car. So.
And in his 80s. So
yes.
There is that.
Yes, it might not be adventurous.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes.
And yes, we are all tyrants and awful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed.
So,
we are?
jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Got her now. We got her.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to... There we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it is.
That's Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1/29/22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I just got
I may
my
have misheard you.
Pringles
The blue
because this
bubble
gonna
is
get good.
From whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole.
To whom?
To me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please.
Oh, no.
What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole?
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Did she have an update?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1/29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow?
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar?
It is, Your Honor.
Stand by.
That's right, folks. Our prices are going up here. We're going from free to absolutely free. Absolutely free. What do you think, folks? What do you think, Hank? We're going from free to absolutely free.
As long as we're not going Pepsi free.
Okay.
'Cause that
How
shit's
about you?
nasty.
How about you, Pope Bill?
So is Coke free. Coke free is nasty too. Any of the free shit. Except for us. Being absolutely free is quality entertainment. Quality.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian, sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you want
February
the top
1st,
one,
yeah.
the top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
in the evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Byrne?
Please.
Yes, that can come in.
48.
Good night.
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using a fake statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
Which, what the fuck does that mean?
Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
I mean, Channel 4 seems to sound like it's a TV station,
prior text
maybe?
mentioned Channel 4
Yep.
D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall?
sorry. CF McCarthy's, yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened, so Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell them that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but it
Yeah.
meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for, oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please.
Maybe it was a female reporter.
But it's all a
Mr. Wilkins,
conspiracy, you
missed one.
see? A
One above
conspiracy.
it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please.
Or whatever her
Who's
location
this
would
from
have
and
been.
who's it to?
Yeah.
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
Be right back.
2:55.
Okay.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say, what did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, right?
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handage with the phone. Correct?
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael
sorry.
Proctor, Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please.
You're listening to it all, weren't you?
And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what did you write?
I wrote, I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in the, not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says?
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking
all
anymore
text
who was gonna see
messages,
it.
You certainly did not
Jackson.
expect when you were writing those texts.
You surely
The
did not
defense
expect that the
carries
whole world would be reading these.
That was not in your mind.
I mean,
Correct.
it might have been nefarious
Never
if they were
been in
using
my mind, no.
Snapchat.
That is a textbook example
Or
what
Signal.
we've just seen of witnesses
Oh, yeah, whichever
colluding with
whichever one
another
he uses.
about a subject matter
Signal,
that's under
yes.
investigation, correct?
I move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Sidebar.
We just accused him of witness intimidation, like witness tampering. Oh my God. Really?
Sidebar. What? I mean, it's just a day in the life of Alan Jackson. He doesn't necessarily care what comes out of his own mouth.
Well, I get it. He's a defense attorney trying to zealously represent his client. And they have a theory that they're going with, and he's going to try to, do everything he can to propagate that theory.
Yes, but he needs to stop short of testifying.
I know, and that's the problem I have, is he just keeps making these like he can't help himself.
She's an evil, evil, evil woman, and he's trying to break her. Because she's the most evil of evil.
I don't... Okay. Think about your own life and your family and your friends and text messages that go back and forth about things, and sometimes you joke about things that are inappropriate, or you make comments that you think are funny at the time.
In the text
Have no real bearing on anything.
You were colluding with other witnesses.
And then think about how that's going to play in
Hold on,
court.
Phil. Hold on, Phil.
Messages, were you not?
I was not.
He just said she
You
was
were
colluding.
organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard or what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other recipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would
Okay,
remember.
something sounded like a squeaky toy in the background, and my dogs are all excited.
Yeah.
Everything, meaning everything we just...
And I'm listening with headphones, so the squeaky toys
No,
sound...
I meant she was telling them everything. She was
that you
telling
have
her
bionic
personal
hearing
opinions
for.
about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house.
Okay.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. These are marked. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters.
Is that the
Is that
people
right?
ready?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May
Yes,
of
so.
I
2024.
think the maybe the mailman came early because she's running around the house whining.
Okay.
She loves the mailman.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before
Or maybe
your
it was
actual
Amazon.
testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him?
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report?
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours? Okay.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry.
And pardon her if she did have the human error to misspeak about drop off or pick
I know
up.
I said that we dropped her off.
And so what?
Why does it matter?
Right, just so what?
It was 11 days later that
11 days
you
later,
actually
you said
testified,
you
correct?
dropped her off.
11 days later from...
after the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court.
I think he's getting nowhere with the
proceeding
jury
about
right
this
now.
issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates
Well,
of when I testified.
what I think he's trying to do is go down two paths,
May 10th, it's about-
one of which is
All right. When you testified
it was
in that other
shitty
proceeding, you did testify
police
that
work.
you had dropped
Right.
off Carrie
And he's
Roberts'
also
daughter,
trying to
not
attack her
picked
credibility.
her daughter up. Is that
Right.
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't...
just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain
Jesus
location
Christ,
data
they're
records
coming for
indicating
Chernobyl,
that
aren't
you were
they?
at
Listen to that.
Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Well, we told him to tell you that.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Mr. Brennan is just going to use that document. I have no problem with that.
The witch. Burn the witch.
Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, she did turn me into a newt.
The document, though.
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
For identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Gracie.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Yeah. I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McLean? Sure.
Sidebar. Bill, you're gonna have to make up some more sidebars.
Yeah, well, it's, planning to make some for the afternoon.
Well, it is almost the morning break.
I know.
You may want to get some ready because there may be a rush on them.
Okay, this afternoon is after lunch, not the break.
Well,
So I'm going to make some for the lunch break.
Yes.
I'm going to go with a little bit of pastrami and corned beef with a little Swiss and mustard.
May I suggest?
Well, after all the fiber, then somebody must herd.
May I suggest some spicy gumbo flavor for next week?
For next
spicy
week.
Gumbo.
Spicy gumbo next week.
Yeah, that's right. That'll clear out all the bullshit. We've got a lot in the courtroom right now, quite a bit. That's right.
I just, all of it. I don't really get where he's trying to go with this, like after the fact.
Oh, he's saying that she's the mastermind in the conspiracy that's framing Karen Reed, and this is their only proof.
I still can't believe he tried to get away with accusing her of conspiring in his quest.
Yes.
Well, witness tampering.
And then he came back with "you colluded"
Yeah.
immediately after the break. You're a colluding mastermind.
Isn't it true you committed a felony?
Yes.
No, that would be Turtle Boy, the asshole you hired, jackass.
Yes, your best friend Turtle Boy, who's slightly taller than you are. But you got him back because you nailed his girl before he could even come close to anything like that. Though Grant is still saying that the video that came out of him, of Jackson embracing Karen Reed inappropriately was CGI and planted by Kate Peter.
Okay.
Yes. That the paparazzi didn't film it. Kate Peter CGI generated it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Kate Peters has that kind of budget.
Yes.
Well, and hairs.
Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page,
Good.
you
Yo.
recognize
Yo, good morning,
a
everyone.
Hi, Gia.
location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th?
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date, I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536, and this page is 540.
Yes.
Okay? Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lanks.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with, like, they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one
Okay. The same address on
as
Oakdale?
Michael Lank.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mm-hmm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running?
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast?
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear?
Yes.
Because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand, it wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 4 to 6 minutes?
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house?
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you?
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole?
I don't believe so.
Possible?
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lang's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lang's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lang's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lang's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
So what exactly is he trying to prove here? Has anybody figured
That
it
is a
out yet?
pompous ass.
That page, the top highlighted.
He was trying conspiracy earlier. So. And that she's the evil mastermind.
Yeah.
She colluded with other witnesses
To kill a dear friend.
to frame his client.
No, he's just saying they're framing Karen. That he didn't. He's not
May
so far
21st
going. They
of
killed
last
him.
year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview.
The Albert crime
As
family.
I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lang's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And
That's
all
it.
of your testimony
Let Karen
over the
go.
last several days is based on that memory
Free
that
her!
you just described
Free
to
her!
these jurors. Correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
But burn this one, she's a witch.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Turned me
You
into
may-
a newt.
Depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:15
But let's see
p.m.
if you
you left
remember.
12 Country Lane
You're evil doer.
on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding
I'm
this?
asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence? 5:12 in the evening.
that I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What
Has
about
he
according
asked
to
her
your
directly if
don't
she had
remember
anything to
exact
do with
times.
John's death?
No, not yet.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will
Yeah.
take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, we'll see that. And Ms. McCabe, again, if you just go home.
Break this way, jurors.
Well, that proved what? What did that prove?
Nothing. He's gonna be with her all day. My call is he's gonna do another 5 hours of this.
Jim,
Yes.
isn't it true that a little over a year ago you were at a different network?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at 10:01 a.m. today that you're with Phil and Hank and Gia?
Yes, but I believe I was with Phil and Hank last year at this time, doing the same damn thing. Now, my desk was in a different spot, but, yeah.
Didn't you claim your desk was where it is right now to a different grand jury?
Yes, it was the same desk, but it's actually I think I had the big TV instead of one of these or two of these monitors.
What shoes did you have on 312 days ago?
I was not wearing shoes because I don't necessarily wear shoes in the house. So.
Are you sure?
Yes, because like John, like the victim in this case, I do not allow wearing shoes in the house.
Oh.
I only allow them.
Coincidental.
You're one of those.
Coincidental.
Yes. I also have Pringles today when last year I think I had Hers chips.
Uh-huh.
I think I had Hers chips last year.
And
It's all
today,
very, very, very nefarious, Jim.
what's
And-
her name that you stole her chips from?
I didn't steal chips. I think I bought these. I'm not sure. But this year, I am drinking a Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Ooh.
When last year, I think I was drinking just a regular Dr. Pepper.
I don't believe you.
That's my recollection. I don't know what the transcript says. That's...
No, you've had your breakfast. Stop giving me the shelter dog face.
I did have a chocolate-covered donut when I said be right back about 40 minutes ago.
She's giving me the shelter dog face.
Oh.
See, look how adorable I am. And I need that in my belly face.
Yep.
You know it well, right, Phil?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Now, folks, we're going to give you about 5 minutes here to go use the bathroom. We'll
Too late.
Be back with media or with attention or with a complete discussion in a few minutes. But for now, you can hear a cast of characters so stupid get stuck in your head endlessly for 5 minutes. Be right back, folks.
No, you had your breakfast. Yes.
But I want more.
The nose is doing the wiggle nose.
Yeah.
Smell something? Like, what do you have up there that you're not giving me? Don't look sad. No sad face. Oh, now she's side-eyeing me. That's the old side-eye.
And we're back, and I can't hear anything because my headphones
Da,
are
da, 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 ba.
I've actually had dreams of that song.
Well, it would make pretty good theme for like an 80s sitcom.
Yeah. If it had actual lyrics other than bum bum ba 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 ba.
There's plenty of theme songs for 80s sitcoms that had no lyrics.
I know, but it has that big pause where it goes silent for about 10 seconds. So how the hell is everybody today?
Alive.
Alive. Did we lose Gia?
She's playing with Zoe.
Hey, Facebook Karen.
Zoe demanded attention.
It's going to be a long one. I bet Alan Jackson goes all day with Jen McCabe. Or he goes to like 3 o'clock and then redirect is 45 minutes.
Oh, redirect is going to be at least a couple of hours.
Is it, what did we miss? Parson for the $2 super chat. Is it true you are running the same grift? What grift did I miss, Parson? Because I was away from the computer. A year ago was I running the same grift. Sure. I was running several grifts. They all involved getting rid of a man from Wales. That's right. It is what is it? What today is the 2nd? We have 10 more days till our anniversary of being on this network. So this network is going to be 1 year old coming up. I think we left that other network on the 9th and we're back on the 12th on our own.
Freedom! Freedom!
And you can go back. I think all those old broadcasts are still up. So you can go back and listen to us from a year ago.
Facebook Karen, it is Lieutenant Fan. Lieutenant Fan.
Lieutenant Fan. That's right. Because much like an Australian accent, I can't get this accent right. Is that a knife or is that a knife?
Lieutenant Fan, you got legs.
Have you seen the Saturday Night Live skit where guy that goes Forrest Gump's high school reunion? The guy doesn't know anything about him. Hey, isn't that the dude we used to pick on? And then he starts like trying to make fun of him. Well, I had a friend and he lost his legs. And guys, oh shit!
Good Lord. Sidebars, get your sidebars here. So what flavor are we doing after the break?
We are doing a little bit of a New York deli style. So we are doing pastrami, corned beef, Swiss, and a little spicy mustard and a pumpernickel.
Ooh, sounds good. Sounds to fill your tummy on a
So who you pumping for a nickel?
Karen Reed. Karen Reed.
Okay, you can have that one.
Are you filling her up so she can take another bathroom break?
Possibly. Possibly.
Okay. I say as this Heath bar, this mini Heath bar just stuck to the roof of my mouth. I'm like,
Rubber. Fuck you, Jim.
Yes. Yeah, where'd Shuggy go? I think he ran off again. Folks, Shuggy is free. Shuggy is free.
Alrighty then.
I have no other news this morning other than Chile de Castro may be raising prices of his board game because he didn't measure the board to see if it would fit in the packaging. He says this is going to cause either an increase from $49 to $59 or from $49 to $69.
Chili should be used to not having his package being large enough.
And instead of being printed yesterday, it'll be printed today, allegedly.
Oh, Hank, you are getting an offer from Cicero to get. She'll pump you for a nickel.
Woo!
And looky, Gia's back. Hello, Gia.
Yo, why did you post that clip of Christopher Cordoba head? Why, oh why, oh why?
Why? Did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch it. I'm not watching it. The thumbnail's bad enough.
It's Christopher Cordova, folks. You can see it over in our Chile de Castro forum on the Discord. He posted more of his dance moves, which looks like he's having a slow motion stroke. I did put it in private chat in our Discord, guys.
Yeah, those should not be anywhere near breakfast time for me. Those are my favorite meal of the day is breakfast, and I wake up to that.
Well, it would have been decent moves had he done them full speed, but instead he was doing the slow motion thing, so it does look like he's having a stroke. And that's I mean, that's all you can describe it as.
This is a 40-something-year-old man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who wants to be an adolescent again.
And he lives with his mommy, and his mommy takes care of everything. What?
Nothing. Just more
He even brings
evidence
his mommy,
that I'm good person.
he brings his mommy on the shows where they talk sex.
Oh, dear Jesus.
Yes, that's what you get on the Christopher Cordova personal channel. And Christopher Cordova is also known as Denver Metro Cardigan.
Yep.
And Denver Metro Audits.
Yes.
And no, we're not making up the stuff about his mom.
And you could thank Demi Kruger for the Denver Metro Cardigan.
So, folks, we've got another 10 minutes or so while this is going on. I did refill on Drunk Girls, so we have a bunch of new Drunk Girls to pick from.
Who gets her this time?
Do you have any more that are stealing ice cream so you can have another wife?
I do not have any more of that. That was a fill fine.
And a great one.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, let me see if I can find the one of the woman who goes randomly licking ice cream and putting them back on the shelf.
Unfortunately, those I did look those up, and those are all copywritten. Most of them are like ABC and that kind of stuff.
How about women that steal Pringles?
Ooh.
Pringles. I think what we'll do or the woman who looked mighty familiar last night in our last one, who Hank said was from the Boston area, but she was in Illinois.
You look like she could be from the Boston area.
She reminds me of someone for some reason.
In the Boston.
Can't quite place it.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a spider coming down from the ceiling. Okay, then. Thankfully, it didn't land on me.
Well, what's your cat do? Did your cat do that? Kill the spider for Daddy?
Oh, God.
No. Oh. So, have you seen any of the Huntsman spiders that I sent you?
No, I haven't. Not yet.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. With Fonzie.
Yeah, I muted it for a reason.
Looks like Fonzie. Guy's stuck in the 70s.
I'm still going with a cast member of Welcome Back, Kotta.
Well, that hair is adding 3 inches to his height. Chili used to do it, but Chili doesn't have enough hair anymore.
Oh, he's got a comb over now.
Yeah, he's got, it was bad last night.
It's terrible.
Oh my God. I was just like, okay, how big is the bald spot?
And one of his eyes looks bigger than the other now. Maybe it's the camera angle.
side effect of Side
He's not-
effects of the steroids.
He's not
Yeah.
aging very gracefully. I can just say that. I mean,
No.
neither am I, but yeah, he's just not doing it.
Let's see, that one's way
Where is
too
that
long.
picture? Can you post that picture, Jim?
What, of chili from
Of
last
chili.
night?
Yeah.
Give me a second. Let's see if I can
I've
find
never
it.
seen anybody that is more appropriate to have the song dedicated to them of "He's So Vain."
And yeah, it's kind of hypocritical because typically those people are incredibly insecure.
Yeah.
Let's see, window. Yeah, you're right. One eye looks.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, and I can't really zoom in because this is Discord.
Yeah, his hair is going to the right. It's like,
Yeah, there's something going on with that left eye. Or right eye on his side.
I think it'd just be optical illusion from the camera angle.
yeah.
But that comb over is terrible.
Because not only does his eye, as you're looking at the left eye as you're looking at it, but the left forehead is larger than the right side of his forehead.
Maybe he got smacked in the face. Maybe it's swelling.
Could be.
I mean, everything on the, it's just everything on as you're looking at it, left side looks larger than everything as you're looking at it on the right side. So I think it's just a camera angle.
White
And he
lips as
actually,
usual.
yeah, but he does have lips in this picture. That's unusual.
Yeah.
That could just be Botox. Maybe he had a Botox reaction.
I don't know if he can afford Botox.
Well, I was watching, there's a doctor that I occasionally watch his stuff, and he had on a patient that she got a microbacterial infection. It turned out to be a flesh-eating bacteria from a studio, like a salon. They were giving her B12 and a different kind of injection. And turns out the implements were
Not clean.
not clean.
Yep.
And she went, this has been like a 5-year
Wow.
recovery.
Wow.
For her. And
Yep.
so anyway, perhaps Chili got a bad injection somewhere.
Those backdoor
Yeah.
Botox salons next to the gas station. Yeah.
Yeah. And, yeah. It was in California.
Wait,
it was in
are you saying she got Botox in her back door?
Yep. Get your
Ow.
tank filled
100%.
and get your face filled at the same time.
Yes, Phil will fill your face for one low price, as he did. As he was filling the
And
tummy
take your
of Karen Reed.
and take your
$9.95.
confession. Yep.
$9.95.
And take your confessional. Okay. Oh, good Lord.
I saw a brilliant way to give a dog like sometimes they have antibiotic in a syringe and you gotta you put a hole in a piece of bologna and put the syringe through the bologna and then you give the whole thing to the dog, and as he's grabbing the bologna you empty the syringe.
Huh, that'll work.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to have to chase Henry's ass around, growl at me, try to get inject something into his mouth. He hated it.
I didn't use bologna for that. I just smeared peanut butter on the end of the syringe.
Yeah.
That's a good idea too. Although, when I got the peanut butter jar out, Henry would go hide. He's just too smart. Just too smart.
Parson says people don't appreciate a good backdoor filling.
Yep.
That's true. That's true.
So what have you slipped into your sidebars today, Phil?
Little crushed up blue stuff.
And in Karen's sidebar, there's an unhealthy dose of colon blow.
Oh, God. Breakfast is not the same anymore.
What?
This afternoon, the shit's really going to fly.
It's not good. It's not good.
Now wait till this transcript of this comes out in court.
Yeah, I don't understand what he's trying to do. It's just so beyond boring now. It's like, ask her a direct question.
Well, he's trying to take these little things and that have perfectly good explanations. So far to me, and then set it up to attack her credibility. Well, you did state before that you went directly to such and such address when in fact you drove by.
Right.
Yeah, so segue, you were involved in killing him because
you
were going through it. You were going through a traumatic event.
That she had to have lied before.
Yes.
Not just not remembering something or
yes.
Right.
Yeah, but she had to have consciously lied about it.
And why would you lie about it? Because you're guilty.
Think about a traumatic event in your life.
Yeah.
A really traumatic event.
Yeah.
Do you remember everything you did during that event, or were you on autopilot, stressed out?
There are pieces of it that are crystal clear in my memory of something I went through over 30 years ago.
Right.
Yep.
And there's other parts that I can't remember shit.
Yep. You go into survival mode and your brain focuses on just putting one foot in front of the other.
Well, some pieces of the event will basically numb your mind.
Right.
Yep.
And
Yep. Yep. I remember my daughter's first seizure. I was a basket case.
I can imagine.
I didn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I had so much stress. I thought I was going to have a heart attack.
I'm that way with my dad, right? My dad had epilepsy, and I remember the first time, he had a collapsed at home and had a seizure. Like, just freaking out.
Yeah.
Because he had grand mal seizures.
I mean, I had a dog that had seizures that would freak me out enough. I mean, and it's not even a human.
Yeah, but think about, because I was like 9, 10 years old.
Yeah, how frightening.
And you think about, your dad is, the largest character in your life, and then to just watch him collapse.
Right.
Folks, take a look. Apparently the microphone is picking something up as there's some unusual conversation going on in the courtroom. It's randomly saying words, and now it stopped, of course. But something about Brady and eating.
That could be from the studio from the Law Network.
Well, they also have really powerful microphones in front of the jury area and in front of where they're sitting.
But they're all supposed to be muted right now.
They forget sometimes. Like earlier when Karen Reed was whispering to what's his face, the local lawyer. I just forgot his name.
Gillespie?
No, the other one.
Dickhead.
Skullface. Not Jackson, the other one. Yannetti.
Jackson's jackass.
Yannetti. Oh,
Yannetti.
Yannetti.
You could almost hear every word because they forgot that the microphones pick up everything. So I'm just going, whisper, whisper, whisper.
So did they figure out, was Paul O'Keefe making faces at Karen? That's why they moved him?
I don't know, but he's not there today.
They moved him. Remember they had emptied the courtroom and only the attorneys and the families were there?
Right.
I heard that Paul O'Keefe was making faces at Karen when Jackson was talking about Crime Family. And so when they came back, they moved Paul O'Keefe out of Karen's eyesight.
Oh, God.
They moved him back further so he wasn't in front of Karen.
Which is the spot he's taken for the last year.
And according to Grant, whether believable or not, one of the jurors was complaining about it.
Well, as everything, we
just
take
made
Grant
2 fingers into a V, put them up to his lips, and
yeah, yep.
Did a rapid tongue motion.
That's why I caveat it with it was Grant. Yeah, but other people also commented too. Like, what's the other journalist?
Turtle Boy?
Ted.
Sorry, couldn't resist.
Oh yeah, Ted from the local Boston channel.
Yeah.
Who's very pro.
Yeah.
Was that Ted Kaczynski?
Yeah.
Not Kaczynski. Ted Daniel. Ted Daniel.
Yeah.
Not the Unabomber.
No, he's not. He's not out of jail yet.
He's never getting out of jail.
Yeah, I know. I know. I think he's in a basement somewhere in Colorado, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Supermax.
Actually, he's dead. He died June 10th, 2023.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he's dead.
That's right. Good.
So he's sitting in hell next to Hitler getting his daily pineapple?
Yep.
Yep.
Probably.
Yep. Him and Bundy are playing cards, but they melt too fast.
Oh, Lord. Well, we've got a few more minutes in this wonderful intermission, folks.
Yes, their torture in hell is they have to play strip poker with Dr. Bruce Westheimer.
I thought they had to watch The Living and Regan Benson in the shower.
Ooh.
And we'll have a
Jim.
What?
Breakfast.
Regan Benson in the shower. What?
My bagel sandwich was so yummy.
She was shaving her upper lip again.
Which ones?
I'm not saying this is a family program. Perverts, perverts and depraved.
So you asking, is she going for the extra Brazilian?
Yep.
All I know, does the curtain match the drapes? They'll find out in hell. They'll find out in hell. Tomatoes is with us, my favorite ceiling fan of the internet. Hey, good morning, Tomatoes. You're just in time to talk about the comb-over of Chile de Castro. And I'm not
We're
asking
talking about
which
the
one.
drapes of Reagan Benson.
Well, wait till tomorrow when I make pants say Regan at 4 a.m. because I have to watch the Regan video yet.
Yeah,
pants...
I like the music, Jim.
Yes.
The background sound. Yeah, I told him it was great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. For pants.
Yeah. Although he could speak over anything and it would be delicious.
Right. Pants has volunteered to do these for the time being, so you have Pants. Though we had a complaint yesterday on Reddit. Basically, it's AI writing read by an AI. And I'm like, did you even hear Pants singing? AI doesn't tend to sing, so okay.
Jeremy DeWitt lost his appeal for his rental car violation. Shock.
Okay.
Yep. He's trying to blame it on Jen, that she's the one that rented the car, not him.
And we've got quite the weekend coming up. Any plans with your 2 days
Would that be Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
Any
Jennifer
plans
McCabe.
for the weekend besides framing Karen Reed?
Hobby Lobby. Helping my daughter turn her second bedroom into a gaming room.
Okay.
I have no idea how to start, but I've got some great pictures.
Yeah, Kentucky Derby's tomorrow, so I have to go get KFC for the last time in 2 years. My dad, it's a tradition with my dad. It was we'd always get him KFC on Kentucky Derby Day. I have no idea.
I've been there. I've been to Churchill Downs. It's incredible.
Have you?
Yes. I have been at the racetrack. It's amazing.
But Dad would insist.
So Jim,
on
have you picked out your hat you're gonna wear?
For what? For the Derby?
For Derby Day, yeah.
Yeah, probably the same ratty Seahawks cap I'm always wearing.
I gotta go to our local racetrack and put down my usual bet on the long shot.
You should make a hat out of Pringles cans.
Doesn't work. I tried.
You super glue them to a headband.
You have to saw them in half and bend them, and it just doesn't work.
Oh, you've tried.
I told you I tried.
Oh my God.
What?
Does it get worse? Tell me it doesn't get worse.
I remember the bicentennial and wearing a straw hat while the Blue Angels flew over when we were in Puerto Rico. So.
Oh, Shuggy, Kentucky Colonel. Yeah, I used to see a guy that lived in Louisville.
Lowville.
Yeah, his roommate was 7'4". He was on University of Kentucky Louisville basketball team.
Whoa.
Tallest guy I'd ever seen in my life.
Oh, geez.
Did you climb that tall drink of water?
No. He was too young.
And he was too tall to fit in the car.
I didn't want to hurt him. Yep.
The only memory I have of the bicentennial that's crystal clear is getting my first coin for a coin collection.
Well, we went to, my dad was cheap and wouldn't pay for parking, so we had to go walk like a mile to get onto the base where they were going to do the flyover.
I don't know what kind of gaming she does, Virgo. No clue. It's all mush to me. I have no idea. But she's a computer genius. She was certified in Microsoft in 7th grade.
There you
Well,
go.
if you get her a game deck, then she can, any room she goes in can be a gaming room.
Steam Deck.
Didn't I say Steam Deck?
No,
I
you
said
said game deck.
Yeah, it's for her second bedroom. Because she wants a gaming desk and she wants some cool neon lights.
They're going long today with this. It's been past 20 minutes now.
Uh-oh.
And
Maybe
yes, Parson. Go ahead.
Maybe somebody knocked Alan Jackson out in the men's bathroom.
Well, if you cough hard enough, you can knock Alan Jackson out.
Where's Vlad at exactly?
Yeah, where's Vlad been? We haven't seen him lately.
Vlad is fine. He was in Radical's chat day before yesterday. He's well. He dressed me up like a bluebird and had me building the largest birdhouse in history.
So we don't have to put an APB out like they did for the wife of the Scientology leader, do we? You're not locking him away in a secret prison.
Nope. He's safe. Just visit Radical's chat. You'll see him. First thing he posts is what costume he dressed me up in.
Aye.
Yep.
Capital.
Well, day before that, I was, what was I? Oh, I was a swan with a broken wing laying in a puddle on his sidewalk.
Take these broken wings and learn to fly again.
He's very creative.
Something.
Very creative.
Folks, through your donations, I'll never sing on the air again, but it has to be big donations. Big ones. Let's see, is there anything else going on in the world today?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
So what's the other plans for the weekend? Mr. Pope Phil, what's your plan for the weekend?
My aunt-in-law had a tree cut down, so I'm going to go get firewood for the smoker and fire pit.
So you're going to go get some wood tomorrow. That's from your aunt-in-law.
Yes, I'm taking the blue pill and I'm getting wood.
Okay.
What kind of tree was it?
It was a walnut tree.
Nice.
Hankster, what are you doing over the weekend?
Don't know. Taking it as it comes. The weather's been really sporadic, so I don't really want to make plans to have fucked up by weather coming through.
Yep.
I was thinking of maybe going to see Thunderbolts, but I probably won't.
Oh, we also have the What Cheer Flea Market.
Ooh.
Always fun.
So you're going to buy some new fleas?
Yes. Cheerfully. Oh, there's a small Iowa town called What Cheer. They have one of the largest flea markets, like 3 times a year. So this is the spring one. They'll do one in the summer and then one in the fall.
And
Holy
remember,
shit.
folks, we're back at 8 o'clock tonight and 8 o'clock tomorrow night, where Pope will be waxing philosophically and maybe is back during the program.
Yes.
And yes, our next grift will be by Pope's back hair. The holy back hair.
The holy back hair.
You know,
What?
just ruined my whole morning's stomach
Why?
content.
Why?
Well,
What?
Why?
Phil's back waxing will be done by a celebrity guest of Ralph Macchio. He's going to wax on, wax off.
It? Is he tall enough to reach it?
Yes. Yes.
Might need the apple box. Come on, people, come back. Let's get this over with. Jen McCabe needs to go to jail right now.
Right now.
Right now.
Right now.
We need to get this trial over with so we can go back to our real lives. That's right. Subair, good morning. I think you're walking in on the Pope about to have his back shaved by Ralph Macchio. Macchio.
No, we haven't received the necessary funds.
Oh, okay. So we have to receive the funds to have the waxing. And if we receive the right funds, we may go further south. Since it's Ralph Macchio, you may as well. You may as well.
He does look, awfully young.
That's right. Just hope it's cold, so they're nice and firm. That's right. Who wears short shorts after this waxing? Pope Phil will.
Yes. Don't even need your hair.
Speaking of short shorts, Christopher Cordova just went live on his personal channel. You may remember him from the Disco Massacre he posted earlier with moves like Jagger, if Jagger were having a slow motion stroke.
He might be, because he is of that age,
Who, Christopher Cordova?
No. Jagger.
They're the same age. That's right, folks.
Isn't Mick Jagger like in his 90s now?
Yes.
Late or early 80s.
Yeah, they are in their 80s, and they are still touring.
Right.
Yeah, it was 1982 when they did their, or was it earlier that they did their first farewell tour?
Probably right around the same time as Kiss's first farewell tour.
Well, Kiss's, original plan was they were going to become a corporation, and then therefore they could just have revolving members, and it would just go on in perpetuity.
Well, that's probably what's going to happen. Probably going to be in Gene Simmons' will that this has to go on for the next 300 years.
Well, Gene and Paul this was their mastermind.
Up, you summoned them, it looks like.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience.
Waiting for some records, or did Alan Jackson fall in the toilet again? You decide.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Mr. Casey,
Your Honor, may I
you
strike
recognize those documents
Alan
that I just
Jackson with the
handed you?
baseball bat?
You may.
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
It's been 2 days. He still hasn't made a point yet.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call? Time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're
right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Excuse me?
I only object in form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just.
I'm being told that there's no objection
Fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
How odd is it that the lead investigator is spending so much time asking questions of a witness?
Very odd. Very
Am I
odd.
looking at the second one or the?
May I approach you?
Yes.
Wait, this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay, and that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, and you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there?
Yes.
In your home as well?
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include, those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
and then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Quick interjection. Comedian Ruth Buzzy died at 88.
Oh no!
Comedy legend, star of Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In back in the day.
Yeah.
And one of Pope's first crushes.
Yes, he was actually.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Proctor, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
Bye.
Sidebars are going fast today, folks. Going fast. Lord.
Thanks
Lord,
to the
praise
editors,
the
they're
sidebar.
making it go fast too.
Might have put in a little too much laxative.
Well,
Yes, this might cause a toilet paper shortage.
another one. Oh, Lord. It's bad enough that Zoe has taken all the toilet paper from the staff bathroom again. Sometimes she thinks she's a cat.
Well, it makes a comfy bed.
It's all that junk mail she's been shredding up, you know.
Oh, that's
I got
right.
a taste for it.
You know, I could go for a nice junk mail, maybe Chinese style today. Maybe some menus.
Mm.
I'm not certain. But I'm hungry all of a sudden. Hungry, I say.
Are you hungry or hangry?
A little bit of both. I believe halfway between hungry and hangry is hankry. After our own dear sweet Hank. Hankry.
Only if you're referring to me being in Budapest, maybe.
Okay. Hankry. That's right. Good Lord. Oh, today, and today.
I'd like to have some shawarma from Budapest. Nice street vendor.
You've got the shawarma?
But no, I want to go to Budapest for shawarma.
Oh, okay. Get your shawarma on.
There's all sorts of good food when I was in Budapest.
And we're back from the sidebar.
Next question.
May I? Did Trooper Tully, did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth Proctor prior. Well, there was a...
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
If I can break that quote up, because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this
my
has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
Got that.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between...
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein you call, John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds, is that right?
Yes.
You know that that call was answered, even though it says, it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over? That's where it says unknown?
Yes.
But it also indicates that that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page. At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up. 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple.
What most
yes.
people call those kind of calls is butt dial, dumbass.
Less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once. 7 times, correct?
I've done it.
According to you.
According to the record.
Uh-huh.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have
Jim's
gotten all of
initiated
that
Discord
off of my
phone
phone
calls
as
with
well.
Pope and I
you're
while
well
he's...
aware that an
Yeah.
extraction was done on your phone.
Well, it
and
was
not
at the
one of
doctor.
those
I
And
know.
I couldn't hear
appeared on Your
it.
phone extraction, correct?
We
So I
can
was
hear you
deaf as a
though.
Aware of that?
doornail.
I am not
We
aware
can
of
hear
that.
you
Next
though.
question.
And my phone was actually in my pocket across the room.
Whether or not those phone calls.
When
We can
voices
hear-
started appearing out of nowhere.
We can hear you.
remember you
Ooh, I
asking
like that
previously, yes.
proctology exam. Eeper.
Well, seeing that it was a blood draw, not out of my ass, I don't know what you were listening to.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps.
Just
doesn't it?
saying.
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
Hey, Jim, just to let you know, it's not normal when you're getting a proctology
yes.
exam to have a hand on each hip.
Hey, I gotta wiggle it just a little bit.
It's not open, correct?
He doesn't get out of the house a lot, Hank, you know, so
Yeah.
it's exciting.
Otherwise known as Face ID. Or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Unless you hit the
Actually,
phone
I'd have to sit
icon
and
on
look
your
at it.
text app.
Make phone calls, Mr. King.
Every day.
Apparently,
Every day.
Serio's having a
Yeah.
mammogram.
Times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
I don't know about the iPhone, but
To make a phone call, you can't
on the Samsungs, there's a call button on your text available.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
And
what
I
to
have
tell
hit
you.
that on accident many a times.
Yes.
Messages,
Mhm.
phone, right? Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe I accidentally hit the last thing, the last call, like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, here we go.
Okay?
Oh, that
Slapped down by the judge there.
yeah.
I mean,
Just
he's
because you're not getting the answers you want does not mean she's not answering the questions.
Does to him.
I mean, this judge is out of patience with Alan Jackson right now.
I don't blame her. She keeps telling him to, quit doing shit, and he keeps doing it.
And there's no point. He just wants to drag this out as long as possible. He wants this to get his point in at exactly 3:45 when they're shut down for the day. Because he missed out on yesterday when they shut him down on Wednesday when he couldn't get his point across. And he lost that whole day of it sitting in the jury's minds.
Right.
Is it the judge's fault that he was asking a dumbass question when he knew it was his last question for the day?
Yep, that's what he thinks. But Alan Jackson, remember, he's always aggressive. He's like that little chihuahua that's always biting.
He can dial it back when he needs to. Like with Mrs. O'Keefe, he didn't dare go after her hard.
Parson, do you think he's big enough to be a corgi? I still think Chihuahua.
Yeah, ankle biter.
I still think Chihuahua.
I think Alan Jackson could put a saddle on a corgi and ride him into the court.
Alan Jackson for the defense, riding his corgi. Oh, good Lord. We've got, let's see, it's 12:17. Supposed to be out at 3:45, so 3 hours and 30 more minutes of this crap today. Yay!
Yay!
And then we'll be back, corgi jockey. We'll be back with you tonight at 8 o'clock, folks, to talk a little about this case, but it is Parson Friday, so we will be marrying Parson off again at least once during that hour. Also, tomorrow night is a Saturday night. We'll be back with you at 8 o'clock again.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is
No.
one way, yes.
There's
If you
a
get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you
there's a
close
last call
your
option.
phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If she locked her
If
phone.
you
Right.
hit the button
Not,
to lock it, yes.
not everybody locks it.
So you indicated that.
Well, I've thought I've
These are
locked
all
my
missed
phone
calls.
several
Is that
times
right?
and stuffed it into my pocket
what
and
the
ended up
record show,
calling
yes.
and
In
averting
addition
people.
to a missed call, you've
Oh, I
made
know.
calls before.
It's happened to me.
You received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed, is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
Depends on the phone.
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14
I
interactions
get-
No,
with
you
your
don't.
phone.
No, you
I
don't.
get a
You don't have
crap-
to end
Single
the
missed
call.
call.
I get a crap ton
I'm
of
sorry,
phone
for
calls that
7
leave
missed calls.
2-second fucking voicemails.
It could be, yes.
Right.
And your testimony is, you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and
Not
12?
remembering is not denying, jackass.
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
Hey, I'm almost at a point. Let
I'm
me
not
change
sure,
the
maybe
subject.
around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview,
Oh, I'm sorry,
what
okay.
time did you get home then?
I was after 2, I believe.
NCR.
Not positive.
Hello.
You went upstairs. Is that
Hey,
right?
is there?
Yes,
You began to engage
Hello.
with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I don't know.
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read
You're well aware, you don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know
there
that,
wasn't.
You've been told that, you've seen it, you've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there.
We're gonna get there.
Was there a Google
We're
search
gonna get there.
at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you wanna show
NCR,
me
we're
a
gonna get your
report.
search history too.
Okay.
Ha ha!
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record, you have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I've asked for you repeatedly right now.
You've been interviewed about it.
45
I've been
times.
asked by you.
You must answer my question the way I want you to answer it.
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
Yes.
I've got it right here, right out of my ass.
Ooh, what is that?
I
That was
don't
him
know.
pulling it out of his ass.
Yeah, barely.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find a record that I did not make a record.
Well, it was a little too deep in my ass. I'm gonna have to bend over.
I gotta.
Karen, pull it out of my ass, please. And we're at a
Yeah.
sidebar, it looks like.
We gotta wipe that off. We gotta clean that up a little bit.
Looks
We'll
like
hand
we
it to
are
him.
actually going to a sidebar. That's number 10 for the day.
Maybe they should have used some of Chili's indestructible paper.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. And there's Paul O'Keefe in the back row, it looks like. So they did move him. Oh, good Lord. This day can't end soon enough. Weekend of Alan Jackson. Imagine that, being trapped with Alan Jackson for the weekend. What would you do with him?
Target practice.
Leave him in a shallow grave.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Why don't you just,
Yes.
why don't you
Thank
just
you.
start lunch
Mr.
early?
McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House
record.
of Counsel, it's sidebar.
Sidebar again. She's pissed off this time. She ain't happy. She ain't happy, folks. You just put how long to die in the cold on the screen in front of the jury.
Yep.
She is not happy. that's sidebar number 11. 11, folks. It's the pastrami-filled one.
I mean, it's something you can easily test on your own to see if that happens.
What's that?
If it'll give a timestamp of when you open the search engine, not each search.
Well, he literally did that test in court the other day. The expert did. He showed exactly how it works.
Right.
And they're not accepting that. They just, by putting it up there, how long does it take to die?
But doesn't Axion still say the time code of 227?
Yeah, except it's an error. It says it's an error, not an actual record, and they're going to have a second expert testify about that. So, oh, Yannetti looked pissed there. Something's going on. Maybe they'll yell at their media guy. Maybe they'll fire him on national television. Maybe they'll do something to show
make a point.
Yes, that Alan Jackson is an angry little man. Angry little man.
South Pole.
That's right. From the dark side.
From the dark side of the taint.
Yes, his beard is at his goatee's on the other end. He's got matching goatees. One up top and one down below.
No, you're staying inside.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Dad, there's squirrels out there.
Thank you for your patience.
It's also raining.
Mr. Cade, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, throw some wood on the smoker.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
No.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record. I'll look.
Yeah.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay. Now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes, after we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Hoslong to Die in Cold, How Long T.I. Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay? You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? Or
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like that.
So in the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Sidebar! Boy, I've really made some good sidebars today because they are going.
Yes, they are going. Yes, going like hotcakes, except the sidebars. Sidebars are much more nutritious for you. They're filled with fiber.
And love. Made with love.
And love.
Taste the love. And the rainbow.
And taste the rainbow? You can taste your rainbow with the sidebar today.
Yes, you can taste my rainbow.
You can taste your rainbow. And how many colors are in your rainbow today, Mr. Popeville?
At least 6. At least 6.
So 6 colors in your rainbow today. That's
yeah,
right,
at
folks.
least
6
6.
colors.
At least 6.
And these are stain-free, so if you get them on your clothes, they won't leave a stain. That's right.
They'll wash right. They'll wash right out. Wash right out.
Right out. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Hey, Rack the Jipper. No, they're not made with Soylent Green. They're made from what? Love.
Love.
Say.
Love.
Love.
And not seed oil. They're made with unicorn oil.
So they're made with water, like you get out of the toilet?
Yes. The blue water.
I'm just Alan Jackson's questions just remind me so much of the movie Idiocracy.
Yeah.
Yes. Speaking of idiots, Chile DeCastro tweeted this morning that all women need to be fired from the police force again.
Again. Yeah.
So Just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jackson.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Again,
You were with
pulled it out of his ass.
before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to
you're
create that
getting
timeline,
what I'm
correct?
putting down, aren't
No,
you,
we
Hank?
didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
Is she here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms.
need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
That's just in her nature.
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea.
If she apologizes for apologizing,
I'm just
it
trying to
must be
answer the
Canadian.
questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, a female?
I'm not sure could I listen to it again?
With the court's permission, one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it.
Do you believe he can fly?
I believe he can touch the sky. I believe he dresses in green on the weekend and hangs out with the Lost Boys. I didn't do it.
Back when you had to go into the court in person to watch trials like this,
Yeah.
Could you see what was depicted in
people
the video?
they warned you
about that
before
minute
in
and
the
10-second
in this
runtime?
in the county I would go
Yes.
to most
Did it appear
often.
that you were engaged in
They
conversation
would
with that
warn
other
you at the
person?
beginning of the
Yes.
When that other person walked
any
away, could you
sessions
see his
that
jacket?
phones are not
I
to
couldn't make it out,
or
no.
to be
Did it appear to
silenced.
be he was a police officer?
And
I'm gonna
if
assume
one
it was a
rang
police
during the
officer,
trial,
Okay.
he
In that
had
video,
the
who
judges had no
looks
problem
most like
slept,
she is taking
throwing
charge?
contempt
You or
around.
Carrie Roberts?
In our
Does it
court
appear in
in
that
Williamsport,
video
you
you're
are
the
not
one
allowed to
controlling the
bring
narrative,
any
at least with law
electronic
enforcement
devices
at that
in.
point?
You will not be permitted
Sustained.
in the
Does it appear in
building
that video
unless
that you're
you
the one
have
engaging in
permission
conversation with law
to do
enforcement while
so.
Carrie Roberts and
They
Miss
are
Reed
now
are
letting
otherwise occupied?
ancient
I am
Kindles
speaking with
without
law
internet
enforcement, yes.
access in, but otherwise, no phones,
We'll
no
move to runtime
tablets, nothing.
856.
Yeah, well, when I used to go observe court was well before the frauditors fucked it up for everybody.
Yep.
Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right,
Speaking to someone?
yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Okay.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers, yes. I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 1049? This will be from 1049 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it.
That's not me.
Sound like gunshots.
Speaking of, the gangster herself just came into the room. Hello, Gia.
What'd I miss?
Gunshots, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah, we heard knock, 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 knock. We knew you were coming in the room because you were shooting up the place.
Mr. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and among you and Carrie Roberts and Miss Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High-intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
This trial
Yes,
is going
I
to
did.
take
And this
6
is someone
months
that
if he
was a friend of
questions
yours,
everybody like
correct?
this.
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes,
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes,
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Why is he
Yes.
yelling at her?
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds.
He's just got
Is
to
that
prove
right?
he's a jackass.
I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
Big
No, none of
deal.
that matters. It was a man in the snow.
Right.
Right there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer.
You didn't
or
give
an
his
off-duty
height.
police officer.
Or what shoes he was
Again.
wearing.
A man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No.
say
He
that?
also
I
didn't
didn't.
say
Do you
he
think
was a
that might- yes or no? Do you
Trekkie
think that might have
and liked
sped things
Trek
up if
more
they
than
knew, if the
Star
911
Wars.
operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
Oh my
I think
God.
911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
No.
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
What
No.
difference
None of you
does
are
it
trained in
make?
emergency life-saving techniques
doesn't.
in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
On the spot, would you think about that?
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the
With
scene,
the shock
you
of the
didn't go in.
situation,
Not until much later, correct?
Our focus
with
was
the shock
John.
of the
You
situation,
knew
would
that
you
Brian
even
Albert
think
was
about
inside
that?
the house. You'd just
So
been
she
with him
just
hours
wanted him to
earlier,
die,
correct?
basically.
Yes.
You know
Yeah,
that the
that's it.
window
That's
was
what he
30
said.
feet
Wanted him
away.
to
You
die,
stared at
you
it.
know.
You could look at it if you wanted to,
And then
correct?
she could blame
It's-
Karen.
It's off to an
Yep.
angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
And you know who didn't else
You
didn't
knew
call
that John Keefe was
911 and say
clinging
a
to life during those
Boston cop was
precious-
laying in the
those precious
snow?
minutes and seconds. Is that right?
Karen Reed?
I did, yes.
Karen
And you also
Reed!
knew that Brian Albert
Never
Karen
called
Reed! Oh my
9.
God!
was
Oh
a
my
Never
God!
responder
called
trained to
911.
deal with people in that kind
Was
of
she
distress,
running around
correct?
going, he went into the
In that
house, he went
moment,
into
my
the
only
house, he went
thoughts
into the
were
house?
John and
No,
everything
she's
we
going
could do
around
for
screaming,
John.
I hit him, I hit him,
And
I
you
hit
knew
him.
that there were warm blankets
Yeah.
inside the house. Is that right?
I did.
Yeah, and
yes,
you know who
there were
else
warm
did do
blankets
any
in
of
the
this?
house.
Yeah,
It was
Karen
fine.
didn't run up to the
No, I went and
34
attended to John
Fairview.
because once I
Karen
finished
didn't go
calling
bang on their door.
911, I went
Right.
to John, and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important, and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08.
This is ridiculous.
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. K?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked with 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds.
I think it's more important that you do chest compressions than.
Oh, Karen didn't do that either, Alan.
Right, that's right.
And
That's
this is
what
her
I.
boyfriend.
Right, this is my point. Right, your client didn't do any of this
Phone
shit.
calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not
Oh, that's right, she had 9
but they
vodkas,
were
never
important
mind.
enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay,
and I'll wrap it.
okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Yeah.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a
Told you, this is
situation
gonna go
where
all
a man
day.
is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice.
Isn't he testifying?
Correct, she didn't
Yes.
answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
Look at Karen.
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
Big head nod.
No reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming
gonna
out
put
to
her
the
hand
house
up
of
and
Karen Reed
praise
screaming
him,
on
praise
the
It's
phone.
6 o'clock in the
Is there
morning
some reason to believe
when
they may have been in
she
peril?
knew last
I
time she
didn't
saw
because
her
your
sister
client
and
was
brother-in-law. They
screaming she hit
were
him. She had a cracked tail
doing
light.
a lot of
She's
drinking.
crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Inspector?
At that
Ouch.
moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, luncheon break,
I like how she turned that on him.
take 1
Yeah. He didn't
Ridiculous.
get his final point in.
Follow up line.
But I
I-
told you that we're gonna have our hour lunch break, and then they're gonna come back, and he's gonna go up until 3:45.
Why is he allowed to yell at her like that?
He's trying to rattle her, and he's allowed to.
Ah.
The judge has slapped him quite a few
Yeah,
times this morning.
Yeah, she's been trying to keep this under control, but if this is the best he has, and she hasn't broken yet, he's fucked.
And
With
here's
the rest of this case, he's fucked.
He's fucked because the jury has to be thinking the same thing that we're thinking. Karen didn't do it either.
Right.
I don't understand how you think that is effective. Your client didn't do any of that shit.
I mean, if I would have come across somebody, and I've got a buddy who's a paramedic.
Mm-hmm.
If I found somebody in his lawn, I probably would just call 911. I wouldn't think about. I mean,
right.
And to your point, she'd have to go in. She'd have to, since it's blowing snow out there, she'd have to get her brother out of bed, get him dressed, get him to run down. He wasn't going to go down there in his underwear, especially in the blinding snow. it was simpler and easier just to call 911 and have their trained professionals be on the scene. I mean, this is stupid. This is, oh, well, you found him in the snow. Were you concerned that your brother was murdered too? Well, and my reaction to that would have been, no, because Karen hadn't been anywhere near my brother last night. She was near John. She killed him, you fucking little... I mean, I don't have the patience to testify like that. I would have just looked at him and said, is the Muppet Show in town? Because you're acting like Kermit the Frog here. So, just, who's got the hand up your ass? Is it Karen? Is it Karen? Sorry.
I would say he's acting
just
more like
triggered
Gonzo. Kermit's kind of was pretty polite.
Yeah, but you haven't seen the version of Kermit that does his Omegle skits with his giant cucumber. So,
Yeah, I think Jackson's just making himself look like an asshole.
Yeah,
That's all.
I believe you're referring to Kermit the Frog.
Yes.
Yes, Kermit the Frog. Folks, we're getting a little
Kermit's
heated
cousin.
here. So let's put on a little bit of music. Be right back with you in a couple minutes. We're gonna play 3 minutes of music and be right back with you.
I'm gonna continue.
Right back and be just as upset.
Headed to the left, headed to the right, headed back and forth, but baby, it's alright. You got me going to the east, going to the west, going up and down, cause baby, you know best. All day, all night, running around. I'm never gonna stop because you never settle down. You got me shooting into space, flying at the sun. I'm never coming back cause baby, you're the one. You got me dizzy, 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 dizzy on my feet. Can't eat, can't sleep every day of the week. All day, all night, running around. I'm never gonna stop because you never settle down. Heads up, heart attack, listen to me. You're driving me wild, got me down on my knees. All day, all night, running around. I'm never gonna stop because you never settle down.
And we're back. How the hell is everybody today?
Okay.
Are we triggered? Are we triggered? Are we triggered?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What a...
Are you asking for Roy Rogers' horse?
I think he's long dead and horsey by now. Just saying.
Well, if he'd answered yes, that was going to be my answer.
Okay. It's a meh afternoon according to Stereo. Parsons is thinking of actually lawyering. And Gia took a break, a siesta of sorts, as she has to go check on Lad in the basement. That's right, Lad in the basement. So you know what we're gonna do, don't you, folks? What do we do during break time?
Go insane?
How about a very special edition of Drunk Girl?
Okay.
Let's get this one up. Let's get us started on a Saturday night when you get dad arrested.
Oh, nice.
19 minutes
You're
there.
gonna complain. Shut up.
Dad!
Lean back for me.
Turn around, put your hands right back.
Whatever,
Turn around, put
for
your hands
what?
right back. Go back over your car.
Okay.
Before I make you go back to your car.
Buddy, we're doing an investigation right
I
now.
don't care what the fuck you're doing, dude. I'm on my way home. This gentleman in the white car's in the slow lane. Stop. The blue car is parked behind him. He's outside the car and he's yelling at the girl. And what's going on? I thought it was like a mother spat, and he says she hit me, and they tried to take off.
Well, I got it from here. I appreciate it.
Have a good night.
You too. Someone's involved? Okay. Who's driving it?
Me.
Okay. Who all is in it?
Me and her in that car, we just saw it happen, so we just pulled over. In case y'all needed any information or anything, we pulled over.
I mean, you guys can stay. It's FHP. So whenever they get here, if you want to stay for them, that's fine.
Yeah.
If not, you guys are free to go. You want to go to the hospital?
You can fake a knee injury real quick.
I'm not.
But if you need an ambulance needs to come immediately, right?
You're in that car, right?
Yeah, I'm in the situation as well, and he just told me I'm allowed to come up here and introduce my statement.
To me, I want to talk
You
to
have a good night, man.
I don't want an argument start happening.
Okay, I'm right here. Stay silent.
Yeah, that's all I'm worried about. So EMS on the way. The ambulance, if you want to go with them, that's fine.
It's a $5,000 fee. You want to know that?
I don't even care what
What?
Go ahead, do me a favor, just pop out over there real quick.
Does she have a fee
You're
schedule?
not answering or questioning or anything of
I
me.
was just gonna be nice and introduce myself. So.
I'm
You
not.
don't
Yeah.
have to.
This ain't. Time out. This is not gonna happen.
Is she
You?
okay?
Are you
You
okay?
do me a favor real quick. Pop back over there.
He just paused in the middle of the road, out of nowhere, for what?
Okay, see, this is what I'm not gonna have. So do me a favor. Pop back
Now
over by your
he's
car.
claiming injury and he's totally fine.
Go back over your car.
Okay.
Before I make you go back to your car, I appreciate it. Are you the registered owner of that vehicle?
Maybe.
I'm gonna figure out. So
I don't know why so many people worry about the cost of an ambulance when they've got, if they've got
Your name's
insurance.
on it though.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I appreciate it. So did you all see her driving?
Yes.
And I'm talking car insurance.
She didn't
They
get out
should
of the
have
We saw her hit
cars
his
on the
car.
fucking road.
You saw her driving.
Right.
Into the car.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. So I'm gonna work the crash now. If I need you guys to, you mind filling out statements?
Yes,
You recall
100%.
written statements?
100%,
Okay,
yes.
well, I appreciate it.
Yes.
Because I'm working a traffic crash investigation that you're involved in.
Okay. Tell me more.
That's it. I'm working an investigation. You can't leave if you're involved in an investigation. Also, I can smell the odor of alcohol coming off your breath, and with your speech patterns, I think you've been drinking. So I have to also work a DUI investigation to figure out if you're driving under the influence. So absolutely, you cannot leave. Yeah, you can hang out by your car if you want to. Do me a favor. It's in park. Is it in park?
Yes, sir.
Okay, keep it in park.
I'm listening to you.
Do not move. Do you understand me? If
I know,
you
you're
if
in
you
my
even
violation
make
here.
any sort of movement as to leaving the scene, I'm
I'm
gonna detain you. Yeah.
I'm
So
going to taser you in the face.
Get out of my car so you can see me.
I'm not gonna make you stand out here in the cold because
No, you
I
can't.
want to
You
be
can't,
nice,
though. You can't,
but
because if you're that scared, then yeah, you can't.
I'm being dead serious. Do not leave. Do not even make any
Why would
motions
I
to
want
leave.
do that if right
Because
now
you already
I'm-
asked me if you want to leave.
No, I obviously already
You touche
understand
for the
that. So
one,
why
Yes,
give
just
would I
don't.
ask you?
Just I'm telling you, don't. Okay. All right.
Hey, how are you?
Have y'all, did you already speak to the other deputy?
Yes.
A little bit.
We did.
Okay. Did you guys witness the crash?
Yes.
We saw it happen, so
Yes.
we
Okay.
pulled
Gotcha.
over just in case y'all
You're like,
didn't.
well,
Okay.
we gotta say now, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Good deal. All right. Appreciate it. I'll be right back with you. Hang on.
Oh,
After
that
they
one
slammed into
gifted
my car,
membership went to
she pulled into reverse.
KJW. Add a day.
Reverse. I'm
Fulfill add a
standing there.
day.
She pulled her on my car.
Alrighty.
Drive the car down on my feet. On my feet. Like,
She drove over your feet.
she drive the car down on my the cop that he came here and saw.
And don't forget, if you have a subscription,
when he pulled up, the car was still
make your
on
free
me,
statement
on
so
my
you
2
can
feet,
add
on
another
my roof
day.
Right here, she drove the car down on me.
And I'm standing there. I went as far as to say to her, like, okay. She's looking right at me. Her window is rolled down. She's hearing me. I'm saying, okay, we're adults. Why are you doing this?
But that's not what happened at all.
I get you.
That's not what happened.
And you got some people over there, they saw what happened. We're going to take their statement into account too.
And that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to explain everything.
Would it not explain everything? Having a third party explain what happened as well?
I'm not going to talk to you.
I'm just saying.
But all I know is she slammed my car, she backed up, went around, and she drove her car down on my feet. And bro, I'm gonna, like, I don't even care about the consequences, no nothing. It's hard to be a black man in America, bro. I'm telling you. It's simple. It's not rocket science. And you're here talking about, you don't know me from nowhere. I've never seen this girl in my life, bro.
I got you.
She's my manager and whatever.
You can go hang out in your car if you want to. I got what I need. Hey, what was your name real quick? I put your driver's license up here.
Okay. So, would you be willing to conduct field sobriety tests to determine your level of sobriety? You would be?
No.
No? Okay. Go ahead and step out of the vehicle for me.
No, sir.
That's not a question. Go ahead and step out.
For what reason?
I just told you were under the, I believe you were under the influence of alcohol. Step out now.
For what reason?
I just told you. Step out.
It's no longer asking, so we're going to tell you to get out of the car.
So as an American, I do not have legal rights to do anything what I want to do.
As an American.
You're going to be placed on arrest for driving under the influence.
American.
Don't worry about that. We'll grab it in a minute.
Okay.
Go ahead and step out here for me. Turn around.
You don't have
Turn
to
around.
push me.
Shut up. Turn around.
He can speak to me like that?
Sure.
Don't fight him. Just let him.
Nobody's fighting anything.
I'm just saying. So I know you live down the road. Do you have somebody you want to call to come pick up the car?
I got somebody.
You want to call your dad?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Hey, I got pulled over.
Where are you?
Right outside the house.
Do you want me to talk to her? What's going on?
You can talk to the sheriff. They got me under arrest.
Sorry to wake you up so early. I know probably still mostly asleep. So your daughter was involved in a traffic crash. During our traffic crash investigation, the other deputy here has determined that she is driving under the influence of alcohol. She's being placed under arrest because of that. So we'll bring your phone with you so that you can have that. You can pull phone numbers out of it or something.
Hang on,
at the
hang on.
facility.
Oh, nope. Can't have that. They would throw it out once I got up there.
Okay, I don't have a vape.
You asked for a vape?
You just asked for your vape. Why'd you say you don't have a vape?
Silly question.
Silly question. I don't have a vape.
Anything illegal? Any
She wants him to go buy her a vape.
Cocaine, heroin, hemp, or ecstasy?
I don't think so.
No firearms? No bazookas? Nothing like
I don't
that?
think any bazookas are in his pockets.
Cool. I would be impressed if you could fit one.
Me too.
Alright.
What the fuck? Damn, this is a twisted night.
Alright, you can have a seat.
Looking fine, officer.
Sassy.
Left or right? You asked.
You seem like a good man.
I appreciate that. Is this thing open or closed? You want this open or closed?
You could have made them tight, you know that?
Yeah, they have to
Like
be.
they're fucking hurt.
They have to be tight.
They're really tight.
I know. You have small wrists. I can't have you slipping out.
Why would I do that though?
It's happened before. I'm gonna go talk to mom and dad real quick. I'm gonna leave you right here. Or actually, I may have the other deputy do that. How you doing, sir? The car's gonna be on this side. I think the other deputy's in this car. If you want to go and speak with him, he can give you some more information. I gotta stay here with her right now. So real quick, because I know that they're probably gonna ask. Do you want to speak with your mom and dad before you leave? Okay. This officer's going to search you. Like I said, she's probably going to ask you the same questions I already asked you.
It's gonna touch me?
Yes. Since you are under arrest, we have to search your entire person before you go into our vehicle and into a booking facility.
I've already been in your vehicle.
What's that?
I've already been in your vehicle. What if I already placed a bomb?
I'd have seen it.
I don't think so.
This is a small bomb, I guess.
I poured that out of my ass.
Well, if there's anything else up there, she'll find it. Go ahead and step out.
Well, since you pulled that out of your ass,
I just joking. Okay.
since you pulled that out of your ass, would you mind pulling your head out of your ass?
I'm funny. Really think I'm funny. Anyways, you can touch me now.
Okay, we'll put gloves on real quick, alright?
Okay.
You don't have anything that's going to stick or poke me or anything like that? You're not concealing anything on your person?
No, ma'am.
Hey.
No more talking, plead the Fifth Amendment, don't do any tests, look, breath tests or anything. You hear me?
But they are.
Listen to me.
Hey, boss, real quick, if you don't mind, you don't have to stand over by your vehicle. Not while we're doing this. Just let us finish this first. I'll give you a minute to talk to her. Just give me 1 second. We just got to finish it.
Interference is physical, homie. I'm talking.
Buddy, we're doing an investigation right now.
I don't care what the fuck you're doing, dude. I'm on a public, it's a private parking lot, dude.
Stop.
Don't tell me to stop.
Go over to your vehicle.
Who the hell are you?
Go over to your vehicle, or you're going to get charged with resisting.
The guy that's about to arrest you if
my
you don't
lawful
shut
orders.
the
I am
fucking
telling you,
trap.
you're doing.
Lawful
I just gave you a lawful order. Go over to your
Look,
vehicle.
she's laughing because
Florida statute, sir. Go over to
she's
your
heard this shit before.
Charles, relax.
No.
What was your name?
You're making a bigger issue.
I mean, seriously, the wife's just like, oh god, here he goes.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh god. Well, what are you doing?
This is the 5th time I've had to come bail both of you out. Dishes.
Oh, it sounded like you were moving a toilet seat.
Nope, doing dishes.
Okay.
It needs to be. Go over to your vehicle. Go over to your vehicle. I'll let you talk. Ma'am, go back over to your vehicle. I'll let you talk with her in a minute. Wait, whoever's vehicle. Go back over there now, okay? I'll let you talk with her in a minute.
Okay.
Pop over there, or I'm going to place you under arrest for resisting, obstruction of justice, and then I'll give you the statute once I place you under arrest.
I will move, and I'll file lawsuits on both of y'all. What's
That's
your
okay.
fucking, what's
No,
your
okay.
badge number?
I will give it to. I will give it to.
Ooh.
My name is Deputy Whaley.
Yes, sir.
So, pop over there for me, please.
You guys going with her? Did she sit back?
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're taking your vehicle for you.
And I'm not strapped in like a fucking normal seatbelt should be. Like, y'all are weird.
Is your seatbelt not on?
No.
I'm sorry. I thought the other officer put that on for you.
What the fuck? Like, what kind of boss is this?
Here, let me get that for you. Here, lean back for me.
Dad!
Lean back for me.
He didn't strap me in my car seat!
It's not a car
In
seat.
my car seat?
Dude, what the fuck?
Because you're a baby?
How drunk is she? He didn't strap me in a car seat.
Because you're a big baby?
Is she 10? What the hell? Hello,
Hi,
Gia.
How do?
Daddy!
Who's
Daddy!
this for?
Well, she
Daddy,
got drunk.
I'm in jail.
And Daddy's about to join her, because Daddy gets arrested too in this one.
Because he's yeah.
Oh, Daddy.
He's a
Daddy,
subset or
Daddy.
something.
Yeah, I think he's a softset.
Daddy.
Or a frauditor.
Daddy.
You dumbass shit. It's the same fucking thing.
No, it's
I'm
not.
strapped behind my bar.
Relax.
Are you kidding
Hey, all good?
me?
Just hang out over here for us, please. We don't need 3 people going. Yeah, I said we don't need 3 people going. Just hang out behind the car.
Oh, this
Relax.
is a family.
What's it say about interference? Resisting? Is that
Sound back in the window.
I just did. Did you take it off?
No, I didn't. How the fuck can I take it off?
Because you can still reach the seatbelt from there.
No, I didn't take it off.
Okay.
I didn't take the seatbelt off.
I'm not putting it back on right now. We'll put it on later.
Do me a favor, raise your right hand. You swear to affirm everything you wrote in here is true?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me get your signature. Where it says your signature, right there.
I signed already.
That's fine. If it's good, I'll swear to it.
Okay.
Turn around, push your hands right back.
Whatever.
Turn around, push your hands right back. Turn around, push your hands right back.
For
Right
what?
now. Stop.
Oh my god.
Let go. Let go.
You're not going.
Let go of your phone right now.
No.
Let go of your
It's
phone.
my property.
Let go of your phone.
No,
I'm going to give it to you.
several times.
Hold this, please.
Touche. The only chowder I'm going to eat is some Ivo's chowder, so I'd have to go back to Seattle for that. Ivo's chowder. I don't want Boston-style clam chowder. Or even the red-style clam chowder.
It's really good. Boston clam chowder is actually really good in Boston.
I'd rather have some fresh Ivar's clam chowder in Seattle.
Is that New England
No,
chowder?
Seattle.
No, is that New England chowder?
It's styled like that, but it's nice and fresh from the West Coast.
Mmm, clams, yum.
I just got off a scam phone call that was very successful.
Yeah.
I got it to end with him telling me to fuck off with the hint of a tear.
Oh, nice.
Good.
Good productive day, Hank. Good.
Yep. Scammers don't like it when you ask them how their mothers feel about them scamming the elderly.
Oh.
Oh. But he's doing God's work, you know? God wants him to scam you out of all your money.
What I like are the ones that on YouTube where they can like figure out who the scammers are, and then they start telling them personal information about themselves.
Oh, I don't know if you can do that through just the phone calls.
Right.
No, I think they have far more resources, but I just like those because those guys get like
funny.
Yeah, there was one that it was the police chief. They called the police chief.
Oh,
they were
one
trying to
was funny.
scam the police chief.
Yes, that they were the IRS and they're sending the sheriff after
Oh
him.
yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Well, he was actually the sheriff. He was sending him. They were sending himself after him.
Yeah.
But I like Jim Browning, who when they figure out, they get into their computers and figure out their real names and
their
locations.
Yeah. And he calls them by their real name, and the look on their face is like,
Yeah. Especially the ones over in Pakistan.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
See, we
from Pakistan.
Most of them are India.
Well, Oracle, back when I worked for Oracle, we had a real problem with the same group from India. It was right before the C word hit, who basically would spam our message boards every day, same time. IP would be from the same area. You'd IP block, then they'd just make another one. But then
IP too.
When the C word hit, all of them went away. And it turned out when we looked up their IP address, that was in the hardest hit area of the country that got hit by the C word. So, yeah.
Was that see you next Tuesday?
It was the C virus. So it looked like they all got wiped out by the C virus. It was real bad in that area.
It's kind of sad that saying the see you next Tuesday gets you in less trouble than saying the C virus.
Yes, it does, and it is. Yeah. So, but they didn't come back.
Work in close proximity like that, and one person gets it, they all get it.
Yeah, that group didn't come back in the next year. You know, after the pandemic was over, they never came back, so you never knew. But I always felt kind of bad for the scammers because they're,
I'm sorry, I can't feel bad for the scammers.
I can't either.
How many billions of dollars they milk out of people who can't fucking afford it?
Yep.
Right.
I wouldn't feel that bad. I mean, I wouldn't mind so much if all they targeted was the wealthy and whatnot, but their targets is for the people who can't afford to lose the money that they scam them out of.
Right. And the weird thing, they were just spamming profile pictures, but the profile pictures contained their caller information. Call us for a great deal or whatever.
Well, some of the stuff they're using to scam people with just needs people need better education about them. Like, nobody fall for your Medicare card is about to expire. They don't expire.
Right.
Right.
Or you have to pay the government with Best Buy gift cards.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Anything that they're saying that's the way to get out of it is paying with Best Buy gift cards.
Yeah, and AI is making it worse because they can make somebody's voice and claim kidnapping or stuff. It's frightening what AI can do now.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I never answer the phone unless I know who it is.
Yep.
You know.
Well, I've got to, because I get calls that are from like clinics that I got appointments with and whatnot. And,
right.
And with a group I volunteer with when I'm able to, I get calls from people that I don't normally talk to on a regular basis, so they're not in my phone.
Right.
Well, let's finish off the last 6 minutes of this. As Daddy is getting arrested. Daddy.
Daddy. What did he do?
It's the daughter daddy jail date.
It's a fucking statute. Name the statute then. It's fucking 84302.
And what did he do, Gia? His daughter got arrested for DUI. He refused to back off when the cops told him to stay away from her while they were doing the questioning. He refused and is pulling sob-sit shit right now.
Oh, okay.
He's going to jail.
Yeah. I mean, just telling her to plead the fifth and not do the tests, that's one thing, but now he's when pushed further, he went into the sob-sit territory.
Right.
Resisting is not interference. Justin, who the fuck is Justice? You don't even know what you're talking about. You're gonna get a lawsuit filed against you for this. You're on private property right here. All right, let's go.
You're gonna lose your qualified immunity.
Fucking moron. Look at Karen's over here.
Assign, actually, open me an agency assist call and assign an office number, please. I have 11015.
Man, y'all are fucked. I can't record my daughter getting arrested.
You can from a distance.
No, what distance then? There has to be a footage. You can't just make it up as you go.
Anything in your shoes?
Most states say you can.
Dude, I'm telling you, you're violating my rights right now. You're gonna be arrested. I hope your body cams are on.
Always.
I'm gonna subpoena. I'm gonna get all this shit. Y'all are fucked. It's gonna be part of the case.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. You're gonna fucking police.
Oh, it gotta be part of your trial too.
What's that? Well, you said I'm doing something illegal. You didn't explain what it was.
I'm not stuck in. Oh no.
I just put the seatbelt
Oh
on.
my god. I just fell.
We weren't even moving. Okay. For God's sakes.
Did she unbuckle her seatbelt?
Yeah.
Can you please stop falling around in the back? I did buckle you in. You took it off.
I didn't take it off.
All right. I'm going to say this one last time. Don't take this off, okay?
Why would I do that?
Shut up. If you're going to complain about the seatbelt being off, don't take it off. I just put it on you, all right?
It's on the body cam that he put it on you,
Okay,
you
then why would you
fucking
tell me to leave it
jackass.
on after you're not going to do it? Like you wouldn't want something to happen to me.
I just did.
You have it all on recording.
Yep, it was on recording of you taking
You
it
just
off.
said, why would I care if something happened to you?
Don't take it off.
If it wasn't on.
God.
If she takes it off again, just give her a ticket for not wearing the
Do you
seatbelt.
want your phone to come with you? Or
Slam the brakes really hard.
Cool.
Call
He wants his phone with him.
Call supervisor.
I'm about to. Give me a sec. I can't do everything at once. Thank you. Okay. So, I'm going to explain it as crystal clear as possible.
Yes,
so
that's
that
Mom.
Oh my God.
do the same thing that he did. You are absolutely free to your First Amendment right. You can call me whatever you want to. You can say whatever you want to. You can do whatever you want to within reason. However, if I'm doing something right here, do it from a distance. okay? Coming up behind us. We're having to stop what we're doing here to deal with you guys. You guys are yelling over our shoulders. You guys are obstructing our investigation. And then when we tell you guys like 2, 3, 4, 5 times, it then becomes an issue. I said it so many times, and then I told him, if you keep doing this, I'm gonna arrest you. And he kept doing it, so now he's arrested. Okay? Does that make sense?
Not really.
Okay. I don't know how to explain it any better, but
In
that's
one
my
ear, out the
explanation,
other.
Good job.
It would work. It would work the same, but I promise you I am, dude.
I don't follow you, rude. You jackboot thug pig.
This side.
Right.
D1.
You'll never know what'll come
My dad's coming in, okay? Answer that. Is that a fucking camera?
It's right here. Why'd you take that off?
Look, I don't honestly know why I just did that. But I showed you it, I did it in front of you. And y'all didn't do it right.
Okay. I'm gonna put it back on.
Please put it back on, because I'm not trying to get in trouble. Like, seriously.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
No, but honestly, it just came out.
I didn't put them on. Okay.
And this
That's
one's
why
about to slip out too, because that's the same as the other one.
Look, we'll readjust those.
But on everything I'm on, why would I do that?
That is.
Why would I do that?
I think your feet are a little bigger than your hands.
Because you're an idiot.
Yeah, I can't get out of it. That's pretty cool. What the fuck?
Don't do that again.
That's kind of cool.
That's kind of cool.
Okay, these hurt so bad.
Well, they could have stayed loose, but you slipped out of them.
That's not my fault. That's the bitch's fault that put them on me.
She didn't pull them off of you.
I'm not the bad guy.
The Fifth Amendment is basically like, in this instance, it's like if we ask you questions, you don't have to answer them without like a lawyer present.
I plead the fifth. Can you give me water now?
No, yeah.
I plead for a fifth.
No, it's got 20 minutes.
Water. Water's the time now.
The holding cell that should put you in, there should be a water fountain.
There
If
is.
not,
And crushed
just
it.
ask.
No, in here. They have water fountains and toilets in each of them.
Oh my god, water right there.
Real quick.
Isn't that water?
Sit down.
No. That one doesn't work.
So right here, it's got another signature block. This actually does have something for you to read, so you can reread this if you want to, and then that part is just what you read that, so like you understand.
That's what I'm
You're signing right there, but this just says that you understand what I read to you. But if you want to reread the whole thing, that's cool. All right. If I ask you any of these
Chicago dogs, get your Chicago dogs for lunch.
Ooh.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, if you want to sit back down, we'll go.
Where are you
That's
getting the
the hot
Chicago
dogs
dog?
with tomatoes and green peppers and all that crap on it, right?
I'm making a hot dog with tomato, pickles, sport peppers, mustard, and celery salt.
Ooh, sounds good to me.
Oh, the best.
Chicago dogs, if they're done right, they're really good, but they're really easy to make them really nasty too.
Yeah.
Parsons is screaming, "Ew!"
Oh boy.
Ew.
Sport peppers are great. I order them on Amazon because they don't sell them in the grocery stores here.
Well, we got a minute left in this. Let's go on before somebody gets married.
Go through, and then you can answer which ones you want to, and then not the ones you don't want to, and then if you don't want to answer any of them, so how much have you had drink?
No.
Where were you drinking?
I wasn't drinking anywhere.
So you were drinking?
I plead the fifth.
Okay. So does that? So
I plead the fifth.
okay, but does that mean that you're not going to answer any more questions at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. That's it, right?
And in the end, she was charged with DUI and destruction of property.
Yeah, they don't sell sport peppers in any grocery store that I've ever found in California. So I just order them from Amazon.
I'm not sure what you're referring to as a sport pepper.
It's about, I don't know, 2 inches long, really skinny, and really hot, like a medium colored green. They're called sport peppers. Ask anybody from Chicago.
I've had them. I just didn't know they were called sport peppers.
Yeah, that's what they're called. Ask Mrs. Tom.
2 inches, really thin and green. Chili
Yeah.
de Castro.
Yep.
Chili de Castro.
Chili peppers.
If you're Johnson's green, you need medical attention.
Yes, you do.
It's chili, so.
I mean, 2 inches and skinny is bad enough, but being green, seek immediate medical attention.
It's not easy being green.
It's not.
Officers were dispatched to a restaurant after an intoxicated customer allegedly made racial and lewd comments to staff.
Yeah, oh, lovely.
Okay, so, if it's 2 inches...
This guy is gross.
Like, disregarded.
Oh. I do not want him. Do not offer him to me. Thank you.
Sounds like somebody's interested.
Dearly beloved?
Is his name Giovanni?
No. And this guy has a incontinence problem.
Oh.
I think this girl on the screen would be a nice match for NCR, though. She might even be Parson worthy.
If you just go by the still frame here, anything's possible.
She needs a bigger bra.
And then he's on
No, no, she does
made
not.
several comments about my breasts.
Yes, she does.
No, she does not.
He's threatening to sue because we served him, and I was like, well, he's on.
Okay.
But because I'm pretty sure he's on this one. He's not. Yes.
Which one is the manager out here?
Yeah, she's the one over there.
The gray shirt?
Yeah, and he told me to grab her too.
To grab?
To talk to her, so you guys could talk to her, because I wasn't the one that got grabbed. He's the one who made comments.
Okay, let me just get your information. Did you already give you your name?
I didn't give him my name. I have my driver's license and everything inside too, if you need it.
The girl?
Yeah.
They call me babe.
So these are his keys.
Oh.
I gave it to a lady.
Awesome. Yeah, you want to grab the other or whoever he grabbed onto?
I mean, it's bad enough to make rude comments to your
Hey, you are pussy, you like finger. He say he call it immigration.
Oh, God. Huh. So a person is saying that the blonde-haired waitress is person worthy. In fact, he's asking to marry her.
Well, from what they've shown so far, she seems attractive and normal.
Yeah.
This is the first one he's ever asked to marry. So, Phil?
Dearly beloved. I think we need to see a little bit more.
No, we may as well get
So
it out
far,
of the
she
way.
hasn't done anything to be punished like that.
I know.
We may as well get it out of the way. There's a church right in front of us on the screen. We could go there, too.
Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today on this wonderful, beautiful Friday in front of the strip mall church in order to marry off our dear friend Parson to this lovely blonde waitress. Lovely blonde waitress, do you take the deranged and demented Parson to be your lovely wedded YouTube husband?
Fuck no!
Oh no! Oh no! Parson was left at the altar. Oh!
Listen, how could that happen?
Oh! Oh! The crushing defeat. Oh no!
Said no!
Oh no! She turned you down.
Well,
Spectacularly.
I don't wonder why you started being a jerk about things. You want him trespassed, obviously. Trespassed, at least? Okay. How's it going?
How old are you guys?
How old am I? How old are you?
57.
Yeah.
I would know
Rudy
Emily
57.
36 years old, and you guys are freaking treating me like the assholes here. My dad! What the f is this shit?
I think you probably had a lot to do with that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I think
No.
Yeah.
Guys, fine. Take me around. Arrest me. Just arrest me. Arrest me right now. Now take all you guys in jail in 15 minutes. Come on.
Fondling your waitress is called alcohol.
I will if I want to. Relax.
Do it.
Relax.
Do it. No.
Relax.
Please understand. No. My God. What are you doing? Really?
Here, stop. Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. Guys, I'm not resisting. Really?
Stop.
Stop. That's an asshole.
Yes, you are.
Wait. Did his voice really get that high?
Yes. Yes, it did.
I say as my own voice is breaking. Yes.
Yes. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. What's the girl voice?
We do need to do an interlude here as Gia has sent us something very, very special. Let me see if I can find the screen. This is what she means by Vienna Sport Peppers. Huh.
Okay.
So there you go. She buys them for $6.99.
$6.99. $6.99.
That's right, folks. $6.99.
You went Josh Pitt. Yes, he did. Sounded like Josh Abrams, right?
The only place in my area to get a good hot dog anymore is there's a hot dog stand at the exit of the it's not Home Depot, it's Lowe's.
Okay.
Oh.
But they have fucking excellent hot dogs.
We have Hy-Vee does or a grocery store here, and they have like convenience stores, and they have like decent hot dogs.
In the convenience store, 7-Eleven's hot dogs used to be. I haven't been in a 7-Eleven in years, but the 7-Eleven hot dogs used to be good.
Yeah.
Five Guys hot dogs are okay too.
Who?
Five Guys.
We have
never been in Five Guys.
We have also Coney Island. It's pretty good hot dogs.
Yeah.
I'm shitting my pants.
You're gonna shit. You shit your pants.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good.
I would have.
Yeah, you should be an adult and not do that.
Well, if he is going to be an adult and do that, he needs to wear the
Oh
pen.
my God, you guys are assholes.
So the guy who's begging to be arrested is upset he's getting arrested.
You have this, you're all right.
See this? Yeah. I didn't do anything. They pushed me down on the ground. They pushed me
Where's
down.
Carolina and Fort Worth fighting for him?
Come on, guys. Shoot me up.
Listen, I talked to you a little bit ago, and I told you what was going to happen.
Lift me up,
Just
sir.
be nice.
I'm trying to lift you up, though. Guys.
Okay, let's just start some on the ground so that way I don't have
Guys.
to. Yeah, good.
Don't do that to me.
Are they going to have to dig through his shit?
I have nothing on me. You guys are
hope.
assholes. If I did this on my job, I'd be fired.
Well,
Yes, because you're not a police
you acted
officer.
the way you do in our job, we would be fired.
I stood there. You guys are full assholes. Full asshole.
Start putting all this stuff in.
Full asshole.
We're 1074, one's detained. Yeah, I got him.
Yeah, if you're not a police officer and you do this to somebody, it's called kidnapping, and that's not legal.
Yes.
Back, Gia, we did put your peppers on the screen.
Yeah, I saw. They are yummy. They are yummy.
Okay.
All right. God.
All right, stand up.
Stop.
Straight.
What are you doing? Stop.
You're under arrest. They're putting you in a car.
Let's see.
What are you doing here?
You're going to jail.
For
Being an idiot. Stupidity out of season.
There's no such thing, buddy.
Stupidity got us.
There's no such thing.
Yes.
There's no such thing.
Well, let me get
us
the car first and then we'll. I'll crack. Sit back so she can speak.
There's no such thing, buddy.
Sit back.
Let's go to the bathroom, but
Yeah.
It's too late. You already shit your pants.
yeah, I did.
Matt G, they closed that, unfortunately.
That's illegal. Okay.
Come on, scoot back.
Man.
Get in the car. I want to talk to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
But
let me go. Let me go.
essentially, assaulting your waitresses is illegal. So,
Yeah.
fuck you, asshole.
Let me go.
Scoot back.
Let me go.
We're not.
Let me go.
No.
Slide back into the vehicle, sir.
Really?
Yes.
All right. What's your name? You're done. You're done.
Yes, you
You're
are.
done. I just told you what's my name.
Do you know him before today? Oh, okay.
All I was trying to do is get him an Uber.
Yeah.
Because he's just drunk.
I know, but he's gonna go to jail now. He grabbed the bartender and like made sexual advances towards her, and then he does this. Like,
Yeah, he was really drunk. So all I was
I know,
trying to do
but-
was get him the.
yeah. Well, I wish that would have happened before he started grabbing people and stuff. So, yeah, it's unfortunate.
What happened in there with the blue shirt individual?
So he was calling us to come over his table, and I did at first time. And then the second time I did not. I said like with other customers, and he approached me. He like grabbed me here, and then I put his hand up, and then he grabbed my hands.
Okay.
And then I just told him to back up. And then we continued to walk, and then he went to the bar and just said that, look at me, I'm calling you. You need to look at me when I call you. And I said, oh, sorry, but we have. And then he just started making comments about my friend's breast. And he called me an asshole.
But he called me worse just then, so don't feel bad.
So that's what happened. And then I just went back.
So did he grab you anywhere other than your waist and your arm?
No, just here in my.
Was there someone, because we had a report to dispatch that a female had a breast grab. Was there anyone that did? Or was it just maybe a
Yeah, it was a man.
misinterpretation?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
Not me. I don't think he did.
No, Elizabeth said he made comments about it, but he didn't touch her.
No, he didn't touch
Do
my
you-
wrist.
Do you want to press charges for the?
Technically, for touching, it does count as battery.
So that's what
It's
I'm
up
saying.
to you if you want to pursue charges or not.
No.
Okay.
We're going to take that gentleman off your hands, but would you like him trespassed?
I mean, he was like really bad with us. He said he was racist. And so
Simple answer is yes, lady.
You guys did the report. He called
Right.
me like little pussy a couple times. She showed me the finger. He was like,
I recommend trespassing.
So,
So you
if that's the
can't.
case, I just need to get a little bit of information from you. I'm sure we already have most of it. And I just need you to go out there and tell him he can't come back, and then we'll handle the rest from there.
Yeah. So that even if he comes back on the property and he's sober, he'll go to jail. He cannot come back.
Yeah.
So I recommend that.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I doubt he'll be back. Just I feel like he's here on vacation. But that's future problems.
I know. That's what I was asking you.
You on vacation from reality?
The answer is no.
Let me out of the car.
The answer is no.
Yeah, she let me out of the car.
No.
Why?
As I said so.
Because you're a boss man?
Yes.
You know what? I had a job like you, and it sucked. And I hated it.
You know why?
You know why?
Because we have to deal with drunk people like you.
Really?
Yeah.
I drunk people all the time. Drunk, not drunk.
Yes.
My God, you're an asshole.
Yes.
Some
Good thing
drunk
shit
people
all he has to do.
are
This girl
not
right here.
that bad to work around.
Oh.
The happy-go-lucky drunks they can be a handful, but they're not that bad to deal with. The asshole drunks, just an all-around unpleasant situation.
That's right.
Oh no. That's why. My God. Hi, lady.
All right, let's do stuff. He's not allowed back for you. That's
You
all I
guys are so young and so stupid. Guys, get on the scale.
all right.
Guys.
Listen.
Hi, lady.
Okay, we don't want any trouble at this place. Don't ever come back to the restaurant, okay?
You can't come back to the restaurant.
Fine. She was there. She was there with her boyfriend. And she came up here with her boyfriend and said,
No, that's the manager that you were calling vulgar names to. Exactly. You're too to
"Get things
remember.
off me, asshole." Asshole.
He was charged with resisting arrest and battery on a law enforcement officer. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Shitting his pants during an arrest, is that battery?
I guess. Let's go back
Okay.
there and read.
Assault with bodily function.
Ew. Doing his poo-poo. His poo-poo doo-doo.
He Karen Reader and
That's what's her name?
Ooh.
That the attorney, the black attorney. That's what's her name?
Natalie.
Natalie.
Natalie, the lawyer chick.
Yeah, that's Natalie.
Perfect example of somebody I really don't agree with a lot of her stances, but she's legally sound in those stances. So
yep.
Yeah, it looks like they're wrapping up with Natalie and going back to the hearing any minute now. So we can go in circles with Alan Jackson for another hour.
So can we
and
hear the
45
hearing?
minutes.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I badger the witness?
May I continue screaming at the witness, Your Honor? Thank you.
All right, so counsel wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense they've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking.
So would this be considered an open bar?
So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 clips, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point, too.
Well, then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay,
doctrine.
I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is, I should approach the side.
Okay.
Sidebar. Yes, Your Honor. Alan Jackson is an asshole. I'd like him ejected. Thank you.
Sidebar number unlucky 13.
See how they moved Paul?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they moved Paul, unless he's not there today.
No, he's there's a bald guy on the left. He's right next to that guy. He's off.
Oh, I see him. There he is. They moved him way down so we can't see Karen's face, which I would be grateful for too. And Turtle Boy cannot be in court all next week.
Yes. Hopefully he'll be arrested by then or back in jail by then.
Oh, it would be glorious.
You should have. Okay. Well, yeah. That was a minute ago. Yes, Parson. Bao is not locked up. In fact, Rack the Jipper, he made a little under $2,100 yesterday in his GoFundMe campaign. Probably the biggest day out of them all for the year. in all of the GoFundMe campaigns that we follow. Bash with Bow has a lot of money now.
A
2,101
lot
day.
of money. A lot of money.
Subair, have a good day. Hope to see you this evening. We're back at 8 o'clock tonight as normal with a Parson Friday. Then tomorrow night, we'll be back as well at 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 o'clock on Mountain Time, 5 o'clock West Coast Time, and sometime in the far future when it comes to Australia time. 10 a.m. I believe it is. 10 a.m. Australia time and Griffin time.
Why isn't Grant in the courtroom?
Lots of reasons. He's got the stay away order from Jessica Machado.
Oh, that's right.
She can pull out at any time. So he just stays at home and blogs from there.
Oh, okay.
But there was an incident last year where she and he got into a physical altercation.
Yeah.
He got a stay away order and it's still in effect.
Yep. What a trial this has been. God. Okay, guys, I got to go get the fluff of fluffiness.
Okay.
I shall return.
Okay.
Touche Kate's been commenting. You can usually find her tweets over in the Karen Reed area of our Discord server. And another sidebar. They were just called back. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Sidebar 14, because 13
Wow.
broke up and now we have another. They literally got to their seats and were called back. They must have got a taste of Pope's goodness and got called back for another bite. Another slice of the Pope.
Well, they didn't get a chance for lunch, so they're going after the sidebars to get filled up.
That's right. And there's nothing better than a sidebar provided to you by Pope Phil. Pope Phil's juicy sidebars are known throughout the land to fill you up.
And if Karen Reeves serves it, would it be a poop filled?
Oh, that'd be a nasty, nasty, nasty sidebar that we don't sell here except on Sundays. That's right, leftover Sunday. Sundays for the leftover sidebars. They get kind of smelly sometimes, so.
Well, Mark the Sarcastic Lawyer might sell them during his shit show.
That's
or the
right.
Poop Scoop.
And we are back from sidebar 14. 14. Sidebar 14. I know, Rack the Jipper, but I'm not counting a half. I'm barely, according to some, I'm barely keeping up with, now that we're past 9. So. I don't have enough fingers and toes to keep counting. Looks like Yannetti is pleased with himself as he's doing his search right now for only sidebars. And they did say the court would be over about 3:45. Gesundheit.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Carson, we can see both his hands, so if he's pleasing himself, I don't want to know how. Oh, she's got her computer out. Looks like she uses a Face ID for her. Unlock her.
Getting the notices starting up for freaking storms coming through again tonight.
Oh boy.
Yeah, yesterday was the first time I've ever heard the early warning sirens going off for thunderstorms.
Oh wow.
But they were nasty.
Right.
With hail mixed in here and there.
Bring Ms. McCabe in, please. Juris,
But at least they weren't large stones.
I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please.
I will be right back, Hank.
Okay, thanks for the warning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like, it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement?
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Ryan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked
Yes,
to come to court
person,
and
he was
testify?
done.
Yes.
Did you ever, once, refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection. The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection. I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Ryan.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain, panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection. Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
Do you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No, no.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement?
Yes.
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
Yes.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I just, I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we.
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
Okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house?
Yes.
And you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
No, next question, Mr. Bloom.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him. Because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
Oh, this has to be really brief.
Another sidebar. The judge is out of patience. Jackson seems pissed off that he blew it. He tried to get his little smartass answer in at the end, and she deflected it at the last second. And now he doesn't have another chance to do that, to get into the heads of the jury today, because this is likely going to go the next hour up until the end of the day.
Yeah, well, too bad, Mr. Jackson, that the witness was prepared for your shenanigans this time when you caught her, and how cruel you were to her the last time.
Right. I mean, he literally was going in circles today, just spinning his wheels, trying everything to throw her, including clapping his hands at one point to try to startle her.
Yep.
Because he is Alan Jackson, damn it. He is the ruler of everything.
I think he suffers from demonstratritis.
And what's that?
Being a dumbass to the point of
Oh, good Lord. I am just glad that we're the next 2 days off from this trial.
Yep, it'll be nice. It'd be even nicer if the thunderstorms wouldn't be quite as violent as they've been.
Well, it is that time of year.
Yeah, well, my recollection is the worst I've seen them call thunderstorms is severe. This time, severe was the next notch down from the worst.
Oh, wow.
And we had a lot of the new.
Well, do you have a shelter or something?
They weren't bad enough to need to. I mean, there wasn't any tornado warnings.
Right.
It was just a lot of electrical activity in the thunderstorms and high winds mixed with hail. The hail I was seeing last night was like pea size.
Oh,
but
wow.
the other day we were getting quarter size hail, which those suckers hurt.
Oh, I can imagine, yeah. I don't think I've actually been out in hail, actually outside. I've been in hail, some pretty good-sized hail in the car, but not actually standing out in it.
Oh, I've been stuck outside in it and couldn't seek shelter.
Most of the time when it happens up here, it's like BB-sized, if that, little bouncers that sting, but not actually hurt.
I was stuck during a storm. This was when I was still in the Army. I was working on a patient before the storm rolled through.
Right.
And I just couldn't leave him there, and didn't have time to package him to be able to move him safely before the storm hit. So me and my partner had to lay across him and take the beating from the fucking hail so he didn't get hit.
Oh, wow.
But at least I had a helmet on, and the range we were on required our flak jackets on, so.
Right. This brief sidebar went 5 minutes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the judge's going to be stabby by the time this is over.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
My wife was gammering
All
at me.
right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first
I
find that
heard
it's
he
more
was
likely true
doing
than not
redirect.
that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was
So
in fact the
did
person alleged to
they
have
come
done
back
so.
and did was
If you do
Jackson done
not
then,
find it
or
is more likely
Jackson
true
was
than
done.
not that the person
Okay.
alleged to have transmitted, created these
And
messages, then you may
he's
not
very pouty
consider the
now.
electronic communication in deciding this case.
He's
And
being a
remember,
little bitch
what you're
this
about to
afternoon.
hear, you're
That's
not
the
to use for the
appropriate
truth
comment
of
for
the
his
statement.
actions.
It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes.
oh, he's gonna try and get her back on recross.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily
Yeah,
consent to give
Abby,
your entire
It
phone
would
to
have
law
been good to
enforcement?
have.
I'll allow
That's
that.
two.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. and this would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
Number 17, a phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh my God, she's saying sorry. It must be part of the plan.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Mayor.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
God, what a
Oh
pain
my
in the
God.
ass he is.
Sidebar again. We need to approach. That is sidebar 16 for the day.
He's a bigger pain.
Being an
He's a-
asshole.
And we've got about an hour and 4 or 5 minutes until they're scheduled to end today. I see that the O'Keefes have left the building. Looks like Peggy and Paul are both gone.
I don't blame them.
Essentially, for those joining us, Alan Jackson didn't get what he wanted today. He ran around in circles for most of the morning. Didn't get his ending at the last word when they broke for lunch. And they've come back, and he's done nothing but object and sidebar. For what, the past hour or so? Or 37 minutes.
Out.
This number's, I won't read it. This number on top. Whose number is that?
That is 9.
Like the yeah, she is.
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you. 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22. From you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129.22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again, to Ms. Roberts, 2/14/15, 1/29/22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2/14/56 on 1/29/22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207, do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129/22, 34206. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 43340, 129/22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about...
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
$213. This is on 129/22 at 438:20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 129/22, 440:38. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 440:38 at 129/22?
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement?
Yes.
And the days that follow?
Yes.
I'm going to move to 129/22, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection. I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
Why would he object to that?
And during that
He opened the door
text
for
time,
it,
the one I
too.
just read to you
He said she was
at
colluding.
7:54:38.
Yeah, don't call your family when you go through a
296.
trauma. It just makes you look bad.
129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, don't do what normal people would do.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
How dare she? How the audacity.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
$761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, stand with the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you for calling Stonegate Level Estate. All
Can you
calls
remind
are
us who
recorded
asked you
for
to put
quality
together a
assurance
timeline?
and training purposes.
Peggy.
Please hold while your call is being
Yes.
transferred.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022.
I'm sorry,
And this
that
is
is
at
not a valid
10:26:29
extension.
a.m.
Try again. Enter.
Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864. You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more. In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection. I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Wait. Is there an objection? There is. We'll deal with that later.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines
Cacophony?
and combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left, so they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front line.
Lights don't make noise.
Also, some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
Both Miss Reed, who's yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop, and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages.
Maybe.
You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you, and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message, with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct, they're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not, correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be, again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't, one of the numbers I didn't recognize, because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
What does this prove?
He needs time to cry.
Is there anything what?
He's still trying desperately to have some sort of win out of this.
No, that's all I have.
All right.
Thank God.
Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Finally.
Thank you.
Oh, did he just look at her?
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
1,000,
All right, you
2,
can play the
1,000. That was a short 10 seconds.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own room with children. He's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
What the fuck is she talking about that for?
We'll backtrack later to the time. Let's start at 34 Fairview. So, who are you with? Pull up and let us see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Uh-huh.
Can we see the court before this one's started?
All right, hold that, please.
Sidebar.
This one, the judge had previously ruled was fine. She said he could play it. So they are objecting to something that the judge has already ruled okay. They know that these clips are devastating. I mean, it's her own words, which we're not going to be able to see because she won't be testifying in her own defense. Though she's done 400 hours of interviews with the HBO documentary series alone that were all turned over to the prosecution at the last minute. So, yeah. She can talk about it to everybody else, except she can't talk about it to in court.
Well, it's nice of her to help out the defense like that. Since she didn't have to testify, and now they don't need her to testify. She's already telling her story to everybody that would listen.
You're on call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
So they were unable to play clip 17.
That last one?
The one that they just objected to. Yep, they just called somebody else.
Oh, on what grounds? I wonder. Did they say?
I don't know, but they had pulled it up. They went to sidebar, and they're not playing it now. They just called a new witness.
Well, so neither one's getting played?
Well, it was the 17. They had played the rest of them, including the
No,
two
they
that
played. They played.
objected to.
They just played 2 clips for consideration.
They played, well, it was with the jury there, so they played these clips for, with the jury there, but it was 17 that did get played. Number 17.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police
Is
lab?
that anything compared to the Gene Simmons University of Detroit?
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007. And have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
Lay down.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is the study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination because nerves are responding more slowly. Alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts, and then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Turn your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. The 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams percent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure.
He was
A retrograde
legally
extrapolation
drunk,
is another
according to
service that
them,
the laboratory
at the
offers.
time of the blood draw.
Where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to
Join the
the
day
range
drinkers.
of conversion factors that we were looking at
I'm
with the serum
back from
conversion.
eating my chocolate fudge brownie
we know
ice
that
cream.
the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval.
She had to be almost
We
0.3,
use a smaller
my
time
bad.
interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact
0.078
that we don't want to
and
overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration.
So 0.078
If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these
when the blood was
calculations,
drawn.
the drinking history or
And
like
that
when the
was
person had stopped drinking that
almost
day.
12 hours later.
And so we usually subtract 2 hours
She
from
was
the time
boiled.
interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase, and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration, and your body is no longer absorbing, it's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Nady?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures?
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review include the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab?
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards? Take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab, is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan, are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
All right, Ms. DNADK, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay, thank you. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Tianetti, I think everybody appreciates that. So- All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week.
Did she say Lally?
I will see counsel at sidebar.
Yeah, that was sidebar. Yeah, Lally was doing that last.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was handling that.
Okay. I couldn't recognize his voice, yeah.
We are up to sidebar 18. Let's see if they come back. She did announce that they're all full days next week, so no breaks for the wicked. Let's see if they're going to go to Officer Fanley and if we can get out of here. I got to get a shower in.
Lolly, 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 get your defense here.
I did just buy Rose's birthday presents.
Ooh, tell us what it is.
I can't tell you what it is because she'd find out. But
does it go well?
I promise.
Does it go well with her birthday suit?
I won't tell her, I promise.
I know it'd be between you, me, and the YouTube recording so she could listen to it later. Yeah.
Oh.
Remember, this is a live YouTube feed, and we've got 21 people in the room who would tell Rose.
Everybody promise not to tell.
And remember, folks, you got weekend after next is Mother's Day.
That's right. Mother's Day after that. Thankfully, she's not my mother, so I don't have to get her anything for that one. Yeah.
What are you going to get your mom?
I haven't decided yet. We'll find something. She's hard to buy for, so she actually prefers just give me Amazon gift card. And I'm like, oh, but it takes the fun out of it, but give me Amazon gift card. So it may be Amazon gift card, but I don't know.
That's so personal.
I know.
I'm tearing up. It's so touching.
See you, Facebook Karen. Get her a Subway gift card. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do have to use up my KFC points this weekend or in the near future since it's already on the list for June 5th.
Get her a couple cartons of ice cream.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
You can get her birthday cake ice cream.
Yeah, no. For
Hey
Mother's
there, Cannery
Day.
Trial Watchers.
Looks
You know,
like
a lot
we're
of the
out.
trials we cover remind me of that the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. and
Looks
I'll-
like we are done for today.
Okay.
Yay!
Yay! See
So,
everybody.
folks,
Ciao, ciao.
we will see you tonight at 8 o'clock, and we've even set up the one for tomorrow night. If someone wants to go take a preview of that one, Gia.
Yeah, I'll go spread it around.
No,
like I always do.
Don't spread tomorrow's till tomorrow. So otherwise they won't come they won't come for tonight's if we spread tomorrow's around.
Okay. All right. I got it. Yes,
yeah,
boss.
but you should get a smile out of the graphic I use.
Is it mean?
It's never mean.
And what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do for Cinco de Phil night? Cinco de Philco.
Ireland's favorite holiday?
Seeing that I'm not going to be on that show, I don't know. It's up to Phil. Phil's got to tell me for once what he wants the graphic to be. So,
A mouse dressed in Mexican garb.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that.
You can do Cinco de Mayo and put Glenn Surio on the cover.
But there'll be extra tacos then, because nobody's going to want to eat. But on that note, let's get the heck out of here. See you in a few hours, everybody. Forget to tip your wait staff and punch Phil in the groin.